Yeah, good evening. Bienvenido a Historia Urbana. Welcome to Historia Urbana con Don Armando. So, shout out to all my Dominicans yesterday. Happy Independence Day yesterday. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. So, whoever wants to come up, I got the link in the description. All right. I've seen that we have a lot of people looking up. So, the basis of the show, as I've been saying always, is to get the history behind any urban movement, whether it be Dominican Republic, whether it be Peru, Venezuela. The thing that I'm saying, Historias Urbanas, is not for a gossip show, but to actually teach the youngins not to commit the mistakes of past generations when it comes to the music business. All right, so I'm just doing this live stream, English, Spanish, whatsoever. Yeah, this is Historias Urbanas. Yo, Toro, the link is in the description, so come through. Mira. Yeah, press that. Just log in if you have Gmail or Facebook, and then you could be up on the panel, Toro. Yeah, marvelous. Shout out to you. For anybody on the platform, I got the StreamYard link in the description if anybody wants to come up on the panel. Just 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna have some guests coming up, so stay tuned, mi gente. And if you want to be on the panel, I got it pinned on my YouTube and on my Instagram. If anybody wants to come up in the panel, because tonight this is Historias Urbanas con Don Armando. Yo, Toro, where you at, bro? Yo, Toro, where you at? Yo. What's good, Pete? Hope you get well, bro. Yeah, shout out to Philly's Nuts also. Amen. Got you. Got you. Yeah. Shout out to Coco Mo 23. They should be showing up. Exactly, Pete. Us. How you doing, bro? Yo, it's funny. We got the same shirt on, bro. Yeah. We got butter, bro. Yeah.
So I'm here at the hospital. They're going to give me the referrals I need to see the back doctor and the physical therapy. Right now, I'm just waiting on a nurse to give me whatever muscle relaxer shots and whatever for pain. I told them that I'm very fond of pain medicine, whatever. It's the ER. They gotta put something. Gotta put something to wrap the bill up. A Tylenol shot costs $150. A Tylenol they cost $1 corner store.
Wow.
So yeah, they gotta rack something up. Let's break the rules a little bit. Break the rules a little bit.
Actually, we're going to move to we're going to see if
All right, so some questions. Like, in how many hours do you see me going home? I'll get back into the fix.
Okay. Everything is clear.
Yeah, I want to get home to my kids, bro. Like I sent my kids to bed before coming to the hospital, and they woke up like an hour ago, and they're bothering the mom. Like,
but how long?
Where's Papa?
Yeah. But how long you been in the hospital for, bro? I mean, how many
hours?
I mean,
a couple. I can't recall right now.
Got you.
All right.
Okay, so let's wait for the transfer to the
Thank you. So I'm gonna be here for like maybe another 2 hours plus. But yeah. What's funny is
I'm gonna try to ride this on 10 o'clock.
I came this morning and it was full.
Yeah.
I mean full.
Wow.
And I pulled out my military badge and I said, let me speak to her. So I guess I'm about to get injections right now, so I'm gonna have to get off. Just ride out as long as you can, bro. I should be back on the show.
Oh yeah, of course, I got you.
Would you like to be on YouTube for 2 seconds? No. Ella no quiere. Okay, we out of here.
Okay, Tato. All right, bro. Us. All right. Well, since I'm online right now, so any artists, any producers, or anything or anybody that's connected to the music industry is welcome to come up. Alguien ser productores, promotores, dembocero, rapero. Aquí, tú sabes, yo pongo el link en mi Instagram y también en YouTube para hablar, tú sabes, de las historias urbanas, de las historias del movimiento urbano en la República Dominicana, en el mundo entero, tú sabes. Us.
Us. Kill the beat.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm about to do. Trying to kill the beat. Oh crap! Trying to kill the beat. Yeah. So, what's good, bro?
Nothing much. I almost messed up earlier and told fans the location. Didn't want fans coming to the hospital to see me. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that. Gotta watch out with the fans, man. Gotta watch out with the fans. But so yeah, I just got some shots. And now I'm waiting to. They said that they ordered a CT scan, so I'm gonna get a CT scan done inside the hospital here tonight.
All right.
And if it clears out, then they're just gonna have me follow up with the other doctors and whatnot. But if there's something bad now, they'll probably hold me overnight so that I can see a doctor immediately in the morning. But I doubt they're gonna hold me overnight, so I should be here for like the next 2 hours and head back home.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be in the chat, man. You already know.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that was Pete. You know, he's in the hospital dealing with the medical issue. So I sure to have like other guests coming up. I mean, if you want to be a guest too, I'm just saying for anybody that's actually looking right now, I actually got the StreamYard link on my YouTube and on my Instagram. So anybody's welcome to come up. Yeah, shout out to Junga Presión on my Instagram. All right, so I'm back. Good evening, and welcome to Historias Urbanas, Shazi. How you doing? Shazi, you there?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. Yeah, because you're sounding a little bit low.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I have this show every Friday that, that I actually talk about the urban movement and everything.
Yeah, I've
So,
seen it on
I have
YouTube.
sometimes my ace right here, Pete. Yeah, I'm on Instagram and YouTube.
Oh, cool.
So, and yeah, so in 2025, what you expecting for the urban movement in Texas? I
Mm,
mean,
in Texas. I'm assuming you mean English, right? You mean in English, right?
English, Spanish, whatever. Because
Okay.
in this platform we actually speak
What
both.
I'm
So
expecting from the urban movement in English in Texas, I am hoping to see more and more diversity. I feel like this year alone, we've kind of proven it. I think especially in Houston that we are so much more than I guess what people have traditionally thought Houston was about, right? So the bun B, the screwed and chopped music, the slabs and whatnot. We've shown that we can be just as dynamic as anybody else's city. So I definitely hope we'll continue to
right.
see more of that. Um, I'm hoping we can kind of
Yeah.
get past what, in my opinion, feels like kind of a cliquish herd like mentality in this city because sometimes what I see in the urban movement, and this is one of the reasons why I chose to go completely Spanish and I went back to being mostly international, not so much completely in Houston anymore, is you'll notice that
Right.
sometimes in Houston and in Dallas, people kind of depend on one another for opportunities. And then once they depend on this person because this person put me on or
Yeah.
this person is the reason I have access to this business or that business, they stick on to this individual and then they'll defend them against things that you really shouldn't be defending nobody about. So I hope that's something that does change. Like there isn't enough people who just stand on their own to do things down here. They're standing on their own, but they really got their opportunity through this guy. So there might be like 3 or 4 people who really they're
All right.
dependent on this guy for eating.
Yeah.
So when this guy does something that's just messed up, they won't speak out against him because they're afraid of losing their opportunities because they didn't work on accessing opportunities outside of Texas. So I hope that definitely changes in
All
Texas
right.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Because one thing that I've been seeing in Texas, shout out to I am Lopez. I mean, I've been seeing her streams, and I guess certain people have a narrative of an artist that I guess he's still incarcerated. The SPM South Park Mexican, I believe, and I believe
Yeah,
that he has
yeah, that's
years
yeah.
that he's been imprisoned because of those
Hmm.
charges.
Right.
So you have certain people that I've been seeing like over the years that may have defended this man, but then
Hmm.
I've seen a lot of people that are like, nah, we're actually going against this. So what's your thoughts about that? I mean, since you've been in Texas for for all those years? Like, what's the atmosphere is out there regarding that situation?
Oh, Lord, it's a situation I try to avoid, and if you notice on my platform, I don't
Got
mention it
you.
at all because I'm not willing to
I hear you.
taint what I'm doing Spanish wise with that man's reputation.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. It's a crazy
What I can
situation.
say. That's number one. Number two thing that I want to say, and I can't emphasize this enough, whether people agree with me or not. That's a Mexican issue, yo. That's a Mexican issue because I I don't know any Cubano, Dominicano, Brazilian, or any other Latino in Houston or Texas
Right.
who is concerned with SPM. And I realized why. It's because before he went into jail, he really was kind of their beacon. He really was one of the first to kind of put Texas on and put Mexicans on in a more serious, more street manner. Yes, you know, there was people like Be Real, but Be Real is half Cuban, half Mexican. And for a while, you know, he's not what you think of when it comes to a traditional Mexican artist. For a lot of them, they continue to defend him because they look to him and they see themselves as Raza. But when you talk to other
All
Latinos
right.
in Houston, quite honestly, and this is not any knock to him and his team, we don't care what's going on with that because that has nothing to do with us. So if you notice the people who defend him, take a close look at what they are. They're usually Mexicanos. You're not going to find too many other Latinos defending him because that's not our problem. I hate to have to be rude, but that's just not our problem.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, before you know I guess his influence in the city
Yeah.
started to get shaky as it
I
is right
mean,
now.
I've been
It
seeing that, and like I'm not.
Yeah, I mean
I,
it's becoming very clear, especially in 2025. He does not have the hold that
yeah.
he used to have anymore, and that there's two
That
things
you used to
that are
have, right?
taking place. Number
I
one,
mean, me personally, I haven't. All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was saying because I'm not knowledgeable about the situation. I've heard stuff, but then again, I'm not gonna go around and say, "By okay, I could go around and speak on it, and I cannot speak on it." So I've seen a lot of interviews that they actually talk about this situation,
Mm,
the baby bash on Black TV and all others, etc. So at first I'm hearing like you know stuff praising this guy, but then I am Lopez, a female artist. Shout out to her, by the way. I heard her, speaking against it. I was like, wow, this is a first. So I'm like, okay, now you actually in Houston and you're actually talking about that. I mean, that does make sense.
right, but she wasn't speaking out against him previously. She was on his label. I've
All
met
right,
Lopez many times myself. She was not speaking out against him previously, but now that she's trying to access
all right,
opportunities in California, it is not a good idea for you to be attached to this man if you're going to California. What he was accused of here in the streets of California, because I know a lot of people out in Cali, with the way the gangs in California operate, when you get accused of things like that, it's an automatic beat
right,
down. They don't care if you are Mexican just like them. They don't care if you're Cambodian just like them. There is no tolerance for stuff like that over there. So a lot of Texas artists who supported him had a hard time going to California because they wouldn't be accepted. As soon as they said we support this man, people would back away
all
from
right,
him,
all right,
back away from them because they supported him.
right,
She was on his label. I've seen that she's been doing a lot of interviews out in
Yeah.
California. So I'm not sure if she's against him now all of a sudden because she's truly against him, or if she's just trying to get opportunities. Because from what I've seen in Lopez, she has been struggling for a very long time to finally get recognition in the music business. She's been doing shows after shows here in Houston, all over Texas,
Yes.
and it's as if she's at a brick ceiling. But now I guess she and her team must have wised up and realized that you need to get yourself the hell out of Texas to be able to move. So I don't know. For me, I feel like it's disingenuous.
Right.
Like you're against him now because there's no benefit to being attached to him. Before there was benefit. You could access everything in Texas. Now being attached to him means that
Right.
you can't access the outside world because people either are against him or they honestly just don't care about it. Nobody in Miami is thinking about an SPM. I can tell you
All
that.
right. I know that's for a fact. And to one of my YouTube subscribers, yes, we're actually talking about SPM. So, it's like I know that there was another female rapper as well that I heard her spit, and I think that she's actually have a history as well as I am Lopez. I forgot her name. But when I actually seen her do like a freestyle in Spanish, I was and in English, when she went back and forth, I was like, yo, she went off too. But I forgot her name though. But I guess she's been, within the movement for a lot of years too. If you know who I'm speaking of, Shazzy.
I probably do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There's been
mean,
a couple of females
I
who
forgot her
that
name
around.
though. But I know that she's been within the Texas movement for some time now.
Hmm. Right. And
Yeah.
after all that time, what do they have
Because
to show
when
for
I
it?
heard her
Because
spit, I was like, oh shoot.
we've had people who've moved here from Boston. For instance, like we had one Colombian guy from Boston who moved here, and in a matter of a year, he was able to get promoters to help him get shows nationwide. Meanwhile, we have people here attached to this man who can't get anything done. So this whole thing of now we're against him, I don't think so. It's the fact that you're tired of waiting on something that clearly is not going to happen. And it's time for you to be able to eat. So for me, it just seems disingenuous. I've been against him from the beginning. I actually spoke out against him
Day
on a
one.
podcast in California, and there were a couple of people who did not want to deal with me because of it, which, I was perfectly fine with because I always had my foot in the international world anyway. And the folks that I deal with didn't even know who he was. But I mean, to me, I don't know. It's kind of it's an interesting situation, but I'm trying to figure out a way to, I guess, to describe it.
All right.
Okay, I guess I can kind of describe it as this. Remember what Africa Bambaataa was accused of up in NYC?
Yes.
Right. And you saw how people up there in New York were still defending him, even though there was proof of what he did. And why did they
I,
continue to defend him?
I mean, because I guess of I guess the camaraderie and people that actually believed in what he said or whatever. Now, I could say like around 2016, right? That he had a mural like in my hood in the Bronx. Shout out to Soundview, by the way. So he had like a mural like on the wall, and it was like a mural that had like the community of Soundview, which is you have the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, and the Cubans, and then they actually put his face on them, or as far as a pillar of hip hop. After a while, when those accusations came up, they actually moved his face from the mural, and they actually put the mural of a deceased EMT worker that lost her life, that got deleted and lost her life due to a man who was mentally unstable. So when it was 2016, they actually took his mural off of that wall. So I don't know what people are still talking about it or anything like that because I'm not sure. But there's a lot of people that are still there's a lot of people who are not actually feeling Bombado right now, and I haven't heard anything from his camp. All I'm just hearing is people that that they're coming up with stories and etc. So that's all I could say from what I've seen.
Right, but it took some time for people to kind of have the courage to say, let's take a closer look at what he's being accused of. Because initially people were apprehensive because he's played such a big role in the movement, played such a what seemed to be a positive role out in the Bronx. That's kind of the situation with this SPM dude. For such a long time, he played such a pivotal role. When we put people up on a pedestal like this and they initially have done so much good, once you start to see them for who they are, it just takes some time for changes to kick in. And I think we're kind of at that last end with SPM where people are kind of seeing the tail end of who he really is. It's just
Yeah,
gonna take some time. That's all.
yeah, I see that. Mm. In other news, I think I know like a few acts that they're actually from our town, me and Pete's town in the Dominican Republic, called San
Yeah.
Pedro. So one of the new acts is actually one of my homies. You know, much respect to him. Um, Cocolo 23, and another one who's actually doing his stuff is OG Sosa. Shout out to him. Another artist by the name of Neutron La Ciencia, and a female artist by the name of Alicia Rede. So those are like the new rappers that are actually coming up from San Pedro de Macorís, Dominican Republic. I'll give you like the YouTube links and everything like that. But they've been making music and they've been working hard. I could actually say that.
That's good. Now, are they for the movement or are they for themselves? Because as much as I love my Dominicanos, I have noticed that the community feel, at least with the music stuff, it doesn't seem to be there. There seems to be a lot of dog eat dog type of mentality with
Yeah,
some
yeah, I
Dominicanos,
could
not
actually,
all.
yeah, I could actually, yeah, because it's like you have some or for the movement, right? So the ones who are really, really for the movement, if you have to go and look at it, you have to look at Gaudi Mercy, Danny Colonial, and most of the original rappers that that they're in the capital. They're actually preserving what the classic stuff of hip hop is actually is. They're actually they're actually for the movement. And then on top of it, as Pete actually described, there's another artist by the name of Papo Nesio. So Papo Nesio, they're really for the movement. But then the other ones who are actually like that dog eat dog situation. The reason why it is they actually so in certainly like in the capital because there's so much competition. But like in San Pedro, you have certain people who are like into competition, but you got certain people who are actually really trying to hone their craft. All right, we got a guest. Now, Shazzy,
What's up, brother?
I'd like to introduce you to my friend Johnny Rose.
Chazzy, how you
As
doing?
it
How you
as you
doing,
know,
Johnny?
he's been in the industry for he's been a director in the industry for some time. So he actually has a lot of stuff when he actually has a lot of knowledge other than myself when he talks about the movement, whether it be Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. All right,
I speak more on New York uh, culture. Um,
all right,
I could speak a little bit about the Puerto
yeah,
Rico, my experience in Puerto Rico, and a little bit
all
of my
right,
experience in DR, which is not
yeah,
much. Most of my Dominican experience has been in New York.
got you. Oh crap! Just 1 second. How you doing, Johnny?
So, brother, everything good, man.
Yeah,
What's the
I'm
topic?
chilling.
What you
You
got
know,
going
I'm
on
trying to
tonight?
get my friend. Oh, we're just talking about as every Friday night we talk about the urban movement, the backstories and everything. I have Shazzy from Houston. I got my
Nice,
homie Pete from um from New York, San Pedro de Macorís.
nice.
So you know, we actually talk about the history. So therefore, the younger generation won't have to make the same mistakes as the older generations. So therefore, that's what my platform is really about.
Dope. Yeah, same here, man. It's almost
Pete, you
like
there?
you all right?
I am currently at the hospital.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm trying
I just
to
have some
see if
CT scans
yeah,
done.
because I know
We're
that
gonna
Pete.
check to see what else is going on
All
with my
right,
back. Other than that,
all right,
I'm all right, man. Standing strong.
Good, brother. Good to hear, man. Hope you get out
got
of
you.
there and figure that out.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna be in the
yeah. So usually,
I'm gonna be in the comment section.
usually when it's like when it's self Pete and another artist by the name of Poco from San Pedro de Macorís. All right.
You know what? Can I, bro? I have. Oh, yeah, I can present something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the screen. Yeah, let me see if I
I
can
don't
open
know.
up, bro.
It's like I
Yeah,
don't know.
Armando. I'm working on the Double
Yeah.
R Jibo the Pro documentary.
Yeah.
You remember those DJs from the 90s? Yeah, they were the 90s.
All right, Pete. I see you. Yo, Johnny, I gotta say that you got a nice setup.
Um, I I'm just starting up, man. I got on late because of that. Um, I bought a little board here to do my podcasting as well. Um, and it's just some
Got you.
BS lights that I bought. I mean, it's just my desk, but it works, bro. It looks good. I like it. I really do like it. I just no, you know what it is? I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie to you. I have
Yeah.
a nice camera. I have a DSLR, and I use it as a webcam, so that gives me a better look. But everything else is just
Oh,
same
all
shit.
right. Yeah.
Just had a little bit better visual. That's why it gets hard for me, man, because I want to
Yeah.
stream off of this
I'm
stuff,
yeah, I'm
but
actually
TikTok is hard.
yeah.
And we watch.
Right.
And does my channel go live when I'm on live with you,
Yeah, I know. It's like I'm actually trying to get there, stream with the DSLR too. So,
bro? There's a what did I see? There's because you could get a like a $500 camera that's an it's not like a high end DSLR, but image quality is the same. You're just not gonna get like the same megapixel. For
yeah.
photography, it's not gonna be the same thing. But for a webcam, bro, it's gonna be amazing. Like the Canon M50,
Yeah.
great budget camera for vlogging and all of that stuff. Things like maybe like $500. You can even get it for like $300 on
Got
like
you.
Facebook Market.
All right. Yeah, because I've went with Facebook Market, but then sometimes it'll be scammed. So one day I you could actually say I paid the hard way. So that's why I was like, oh, okay.
I feel you, man. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Um, sorry. And does it so it doesn't show that I'm live on here with you, Armando, when I'm on my if you go to my YouTube?
Um, I mean,
I don't
it
know.
ain't gonna show because it's like my platform because I have like I guess the StreamYard and such. I mean, I've
Right.
made it to a point that you could actually put it on your platform. Yeah. So, but it's
Okay,
like
let me see.
your channel is actually yeah.
I get it. I'm trying to go I'm trying to use I use TikTok a lot, but I'm trying to get into YouTube a little bit more because I don't know if TikTok's gonna be around too long, you know? But
Yeah, I know because it's like I guess after today's what I guess happened with in the White House and such.
Mhm.
Anybody any anybody don't know when half these platforms are going to be on.
Yeah, bro. Living in crazy fucking times, man. It's so crazy because shit has been
Yeah,
happening all along. Um, it's just a time where
yeah,
the people who didn't listen to us are now paying the price, and they want to attack us again for for what I don't even know. Jesus Christ. Um,
yeah,
yeah, it's stupid, man, but
yeah.
it is what it is. It is what it is. We made it this far battling.
Pretty much.
That ain't shit for us.
Yeah,
We know how to do it already. Been doing it for too long.
yeah,
Amanda, you remember? Do you remember the DJs Double R and G the Pro?
yeah,
So I'm working
yep.
on. Can you see? I'm sharing a screen there. I'm working on a documentary on that, man. And I'm
All
sharing my
right.
screen so I can show you a little bit of it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Bro, can I smoke on YouTube?
All right. I'm putting it on right now. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see if. Yeah,
All right. So
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use some space here.
yeah,
the
All
work
right,
in
I got it
progress.
on the platform right now. Yeah.
Give me a second. Oh, we're back to here. Hmm. Oh, hold on a second.
Is this a song snippet?
What?
Is this a song snippet we're looking at?
No, I'm working on a documentary,
Oh,
All right.
and a documentary on
Yeah.
DJs from the '90s. And I actually shot this about 10 years ago,
Yeah.
and I'm just now getting to it
All right.
for a bunch of reasons, but I'm using it now as a cultural piece.
wow.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm using it now as a cultural piece, because of the whole argument about Puerto Ricans and blacks and who created hip hop and all of that bullshit. So I just show
Yeah.
those back.
I mean, it's talking about that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, talking about that. It was actually started by an outsider, Tariq Nasheed.
Mhm.
And to me, the argument that he's always trying to make, I'm like, hold up, you're not from the town.
Right, right, and that's something that
Yeah.
I personally, because I kind of agreed with him. Like, here's the thing: as far as like the dances are concerned, that's all African, right? The sound, music, that's all African. It's all African influence, right? Not only that, but Puerto Ricans are black people themselves, and when the flag started being used, then everybody wanted to separate, right?
Yeah.
Especially anybody who wasn't black or anybody who wasn't dark skinned, they try to separate themselves with like the people that be like, I'm not black and all of that bullshit, right? So um and if you really pay attention to it, right? You could understand where black people wouldn't trust certain Puerto Ricans because of that shit, right? And so I could see from that point of view, right? But what we have to understand, or at least what I've understood to this point, is that hip hop is New York City culture, and that's all it is. And in that culture of New York City, there's a melting pot of people, there's so many stories that led up to one party that then started to build up as what we know today as hip hop. The culture, meaning the dancing and everything,
Right.
right? And we gotta understand that, man. We need to
Right.
understand that shit. And those that don't, it's fine. I will not indulge in the conversation. What I will do is just educate and do documentaries like such, where where they speak on just things that happen. And these two brothers, one of them is Dominican, one of them is Puerto Rican, and that just so happens to be that way. My next documentary will be what I'm trying to work on is like
Right.
the Dignitario gang, the Dignitario gangs,
Hmm.
um,
Yeah.
which is something that I want to bring. I want to be able to humanize these
Yeah.
quote unquote
I,
bad people.
I mean, yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
got you.
Um, because the thing is, we know that these people aren't bad; they're just product of their
Yeah.
environment. But nobody wants to listen to that, even ourselves, which is the people that I speak to my community, whatever that changes sometimes because
Yeah.
like I like to speak to my New Yorker people, right? That's one set of people, one set with one mindset. Dominicans as well. Although we come from the same, we're
Yeah.
Caribbean, but we're not a monolith. We don't all think alike. Um, so
Yeah. We
I
we
speak in
actually
the
don't.
circles. No, we don't, right? And I speak in the circles that I know about, that I was raised in, right? That even let me in here because not everybody want to hear my bullshit either. You know what I mean? Um, So that's my next one, man. I'm putting some. Well, I'm I'm giving that thought as we speak. But this one is almost ready. This documentary is almost ready, man. And I'm thinking about putting it out and doing some events. One in Manhattan,
All right.
one in Harlem, one in the Bronx, maybe one in Brooklyn, and then
Yeah.
because this is a Puerto Rican piece, I want to do something in Puerto Rico as well. Because this piece specifically speaks to the Puerto Rican on the island where they may not know this history. That they may not know that they have a Puerto Rican cousin in New York that reinvented the mixtape game.
All right.
Right? And maybe that could bring us together a little bit. Because you know how it is, man. You know how some people on the island and some people on the mainland don't get along because they don't understand each other, right?
Yeah.
So you get some of
Mm-hmm.
us from this,
Mhm.
trying to bring some unity to my people, teach, at least from my end, um, with understanding of the other
Right.
side. And that's it for right now. Let me see,
All
should I
right.
play
So,
this?
Johnny,
Yep.
um, your channel
Yeah.
doesn't go on live when you get on a live unless it's a live show via direct YouTube.
Got it. Got it. Because we're using a third party, it's a little bit more.
Right.
It's difficult. Well, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because technically, when you're live through the
Yeah.
studio link, so it
Right.
connects you to the studio link as opposed to you know connecting your channel.
Yeah, it's like a Zoom call.
I'm gonna be in the comment section, guys.
All right. All right. Cool. All right.
Um,
Is it up
and
now?
Johnny,
Yep.
I'm sorry. Um, I'm definitely looking forward to your documentary as far as who was there when it comes to hip hop. I feel like a lot of people who are not from New York City, they kind of need to keep this in mind. The thing that makes NYC special is that you have different nationalities who always lived amongst one another, right? But if you look at a lot of other cities, there was always this segregation.
Right.
So the idea of somebody, let's just say from Boston, for instance, which was a little bit more segregated than New York.
Right.
If I'm from a historically black neighborhood in Boston and you're telling me that this hip hop that I love, this Puerto Rican or Dominican or Cuban, who for so many years I never got along with, in my city played a role in hip hop, I'm gonna take it offensively. So a lot of them, they need to actually take a step back and understand the makeup of New York City.
Correct.
And the other issue is
Gotcha.
a lot of it has to do with the mentality of some of our black people. Like I'm half Cuban, and I am the first to admit that some of the biggest assholes in the Latino community are Cubanos,
Same.
who
Trust
who
me,
will
get into it.
gladly yeah, who will gladly deny certain things. They'll only support their own, and then there's fragmentation amongst themselves.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely looking forward to the documentary for sure.
Yep. Yeah. It's all because it's all sense. Um. I had a different way. I had the way I was gonna edit this. I'll give you a little.
All right.
These guys basically they were doing mixtapes when the technology just it wasn't much. Turntable, mixer,
All
tape
right.
decks, tapes. They couldn't really do much. One guy figured out how to do some things, and he did very well with the tricks that he was doing. But there was an easier way to do it, and he just didn't know how to until he bumped into a friend of his that had this machine sitting in his house collecting dust, right? And he was introduced to it, and then these two
Right.
got together, and they made something that created a sound that had never been heard before in hip hop. I always with mixtapes. Many people doing production mixtape where he's kind of like playing one song, doing a scratch, and playing another. These guys, like, so you have four different tracks, not just alternative music, and fading them out, four different tracks played simultaneously on unconventional methods, like fading out setbacks and the motors speed, so that the songs would blend together. So it was one guy double R. He was doing some crazy stuff. People been more fortunate, and he was into some things, and kind of paid attention to a couple things until the man came with this idea, and they just mixed their game. Um, Not only that, it's, this is kind of like the story of that, which is way deeper than that. There's a lot more. So the story of thinking and how people their stuff as well.
All right.
At the time, but yeah, that's the basis. That's not correct. So off the editing
All right.
back. So what I'll do is I'll play it off of here. I got a
Pro mixtape DJ telling the story about the whole mixtape phenomenon that happened like in the
check that
90s
there,
with my
Armando.
old partner
Age
Double R.
13.
Also, keep in mind that the sound, the audio
All
that you
right.
hear in there, right? Music is part of their mixtape, part of the intros that they're talking about.
Go the Pro mixtape
Is it up there? Here we go.
DJ telling the story about the whole Go the Pro mixtape DJ telling the story about the whole mixtape phenomenon that happened like in the 90s with my old partner
Age
Double R.
13. 16th note rhythms. 8-part exercise.
This is a part of an intro, which I put some visuals to it. Can you hear it well over there?
I remember was that when I was about 12 years old, when I found myself
Yeah,
my,
I
my
hear
brother
it.
parties.
Okay.
My father was in a band. He was a mechanic, but he was in a band. That's what he was a hobby. So my musically, I got that from him. I would just do the house parties. I was the one that used to DJ all the time for some reason. Yeah, it just happened to be me.
I have an older brother. So he was in the service. He was in the Navy. And one time on leave, he came home. And he
All
brought,
right.
I guess he brought some turntables like from abroad. Brought some turntables, a mixer, pair of speakers. He told me, not to play with the stuff while he was back on duty. So of course that didn't last. I had to be like maybe 10 years old. I was like, nah, I'm playing with these records and I'm playing with it. And that's what got me interested in DJing. So I would DJ, put the speaker at the window in my mother's house and just like, DJ for hours and hours, in the house at age 10.
Oh, no, no. What happened was before that, I would listen to the radio, and I was I was amazed at what I was listening to. Like the feeling when I heard these mixes on the radio, we're talking like Rascals, the Animal, whatever, KTO, back in the early 80s. So when I would hear that, the feeling I would get, it would just take over me. Like, and what happened was I wanted to be them because I wanted to make people feel the same way that I was feeling.
I think one Christmas I asked my father for like a Roland 707. I'm like, oh, please get me this drum machine, please. So he gets me the drum machine, and I'm making like these, I don't know, like these real basic ass beats at the time, But I never really thought about really taking it further than that. I just was interested on the level of I'm in my house and I'm making these beats, and that was kind of it.
And from there, I bought my equipment and stopped a couple of times. But eventually, back in like around '87, I really got into it.
Technique 1200s, that was like the gold standard. So I got a pair of those, and I got a 4 track. Now, 4 track is a machine where you can record 4 different things in on 1 track. So that's where the kind of production came in. So I'm making a beat on 1 track. I can put a vocal on 1 track. I could put a sample on another track. So that's the reason I even had the 4 track. So what happens? The other side of it, Double R, my old partner, had been making tapes for the neighborhood. This dude had like one Ricky Dick turntable, not a 1200, and like two tape decks.
You should take apart the tape decks because that's when you are doing the final mixing. You play one thing, and then you have your recording what's coming out of those two into one for the master. So what you do, you play this one, and then when you're about to stick the other one in, the pitch is off. So you got to go up into the back of the motor or the tape deck and play with it and pitch it so it could sink in because this part that's about to come, it only goes but so far. And this one got it nice. So for no longer for me to be pausing, it was better to just do it like that.
He would make a tape, overdub it, right? Like go back, overdub it, and then pause, like just do these crazy things that, eh, eh, he'll open up the tape deck so he could change the tape of the speed. Like he was just like a nut like that, like a straight, mad scientist with the tapes.
I got into a lot of weird stuff, man. I mean, I was inventing with whatever I had to accomplish what I wanted to do. And actually, I got away with it. I got away with it, for the most part. So I kind of perfected the whole thing, even though I couldn't do everything, but I did enough that I was satisfied.
So he was doing that on one side, and then me.
I'll leave it there so we don't have to get bored. But um, you know, that's if you
Yeah,
notice, man, it's interesting, man. While I'm editing this piece, right? Because if you notice, Double R
right.
when Double R is the guy with the red shirt. When he speaks more with his hands, right? And he doesn't know how to articulate
All
very
right.
well.
Go ahead.
But that man is a genius. That man is a genius because of what he
Yeah.
came up with and how he had an idea, and with the tools that he had in his house or wherever he got it from, he made he changed he changed the route that hip hop went. They both did, right? But just it goes to show, man, all of this bullshit about education and college and all that. Like, I'm not knocking it. A higher education, right, is good. Any type of education, when you're getting gaining knowledge is good, but we can't use that as the bar. Like, it really isn't. It's definitely a tool, but not. You could go to college and never be as successful as that man right there, or not even successful. You won't be as impactful
Right.
as he was, which to me is the difference. 'Cause anybody can be successful. I could buy
Right.
a box of Legos, follow the instructions, and successfully build it. That shit don't make me a game changer. You know what I mean? So this is this is my message. Like, follow your dreams, man. Just do what you got to do. Don't listen to people. Just do what you got to do. All of this status quo shit is bullshit. And not only is it bullshit, well, it's a lie, and you're definitely not gonna become a millionaire doing it. Like, there's 99% of the people in this world that do that same shit and are not millionaires, and there's a 1% that don't do any of that and they're the billionaires. So it's the biggest gaslight
All right.
in the world. You know what I mean? Go to work or go to school, Go to get a college degree and get a job, and you'll be successful. Bullshit.
Right.
We're just being gaslit with that, man. And I think people are waking up, bro. People, people are tired, man. Going to work for too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've been going to work for too long, and the longer they work, the more behind they fall.
Right.
The bills keep getting higher, and the wages keep staying the same. You can't adapt. If you have a job, you can't go tell your boss you need a raise. I'm self-employed. I charge what I want. I charge what I need.
Right.
That argument, man. That whole yeah, she's right. Jazzy's right. Where I think where the discrepancy comes in is that people fail to understand that hip hop is New York City culture because it's African American culture and other African American cultures within our own country have thrived in it. It may seem like globally like it's African American and not New York City, right?
Right.
I understand that.
All right.
Um, I just won't get into arguments with anybody from the states who knows that that's New York City culture and fights about it. Like, fine, listen, yes, hip hop is all African American
Yeah. It's like
influence, but or not African American influence, African influence, but not just African American influence. Because bro,
right.
the bongos, the Latin bongos are all over those initial hip hop songs, right? They're all over there,
Yes.
you know. So it is what it is, man. I lived that time, and it was the greatest time of my life, and it shaped who I am. Um, it just made me a fighter, bro.
Right.
Made me who you know who never gave up on himself. And finally, now in the last, I would say the last
Hmm.
5 years, I've figured out a lot of things. So it's dope. It's dope.
All right.
Armando, what did
Yeah.
you worked
I
in music?
mean, I
How were
mean, I
you
could.
in the how were you in the music scene in New York? Because bro, your name, I remember it from day one. We never worked together. I never did anything with you, but I remember you being around from day
Yeah,
one.
because what I could say that I was around day one, but it was like, okay, I was actually trying to do my own thing, but then I went up and I actually fell back because tragedy happened in 2013. So I seen what the movement is and everything like that. I actually went up and recorded with one of my homies. Shout out to my people's 4G. So I was like really in the background, but whenever I actually linked with artists, I actually went to like some of their shows, etc. Shout out to Don D Voice. Shout out
Oh
to
yeah,
Joe Nathan,
Joe Nathan.
and
Yep.
I could, and shout out to Indio. Shout out to Indio, and shout out to my cousin Young Sosa.
Yeah. Oh
So
man,
I
young
could actually
Sosa,
say that I'm not going to say, yeah, I could
young
actually say,
Sosa.
oh, I was not there, but I was there. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was actually once upon a time trying to get my name out there too. But then when you heard certain stuff that happened and such, and then
Mm-hmm.
the tragedy that happened to me like in 2013, I actually fell back a lot from music because I was going through my own personal struggles. But now I'm actually trying to rather be the show, which is Historias Urbanas, because we have a lot of stories, and during my time that I actually fell back from music, I'm seeing a lot of the young people committing the mistakes that my generation and the generation before me has committed.
Right. What are those mistakes, Armando?
Yeah.
Uh, from your perspective and your point of view, what do you see? Because
All
I
right.
have an opinion, but I love to hear other people's opinions because I don't think I have it figured out. I just have an opinion based on my my
I I
experience so
I
far.
I, I ain't exactly. I'm saying like from my experience, and I'm not counting any other. You see a lot of people that they're actually progressing in their careers, but then just like another artist, shout out to the Menace.
Mhm.
He's saying that a lot of these young artists that are they're actually coming out, a lot of these guys they want okay, they want you to go now and pay like 1,000 or 5,000 for a track and everything, and a lot of artists don't really have like their BMI, they don't have their ass cap, and then on top of it, they're actually running around with people that they don't even know the music industry themselves, and then when it's like okay, whenever it's big deals or whatsoever that may happen, the next thing you know, they get screwed out because the person that they have around them, the manager, doesn't really
Yeah,
know about music contracts and how stuff is actually supposed to go.
right.
And I'm seeing a lot of young people in the young generation actually falling into that trap, as people from my generation and over fell into that trap also.
Right. So education.
Yeah, it's education part of it. But then
Yeah.
the thing is though, it's like some of these managers or A&Rs, they actually don't know what they're doing. I mean, you could be the most educated person, but then if you don't know the business, a lot of things could actually falter.
Yeah.
But
I'm
that's good,
super
P.
guilty of it. Super guilty of that, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna say something about that too. This is Shazzy. I feel like nowadays there's a lot of resources for education. I mean, I've seen somebody who created an entire music industry education program, 100% in Spanish. But I mean, if you kind of can't force somebody to go and drink the water that they need to be able to drink. And some of these artists, they don't want to listen, even if it's going to be really good advice. And I've seen some managers who also don't really want to listen. So there's a lot of arrogance that's taken place, at least with some people. And then there's also this. I don't know if it's just some people in this business have been burned too many times, but they've encountered so many bad situations that they're trying to figure out a way to do everything by themselves, which I found it is nearly impossible to be able to do everything on your own. Eventually, you have to get help from someone. But if you're doing it all on your own and you're getting wrong information, then you can't really do
yeah,
too much of anything.
Shazzy, that's a very they try to do everything and at once. So
Yes.
you know what I mean? It's a lot. I know this, man. I did the same thing and I made some I feel like
yeah,
I feel like I'm a pretty smart dude. I feel like I learned a lot over the years, right? But um
right,
you have to continue to adapt to the times, right? And in this, it's not even adapt to the times. Is you better be able to tell the future because that's where you're working at. You're not you're working today to build your future, right? So if I'm gonna make
Hmm.
some content, I have to understand that content makes money over time, right? And if I want to continue to be
right,
relatable, then I have to understand that, and that has to be in my content. I can't just continue to follow trends, right? Because if I do, then my content, my today's content tomorrow will be old. If I create content that could be classic and
yeah,
last over time, then I feel more safe, right? Or at least I know that I'm gonna give myself a better chance. And with that mentality, then I could start to do some things. But sometimes, man, I used to fall into the trends thing and the trendy thing, and, you know, because it's a hit, a dopamine right then and there. But later on, man, people just don't pay attention to your
yeah,
stuff, and then the artist becomes irrelevant before they could even become relevant.
yeah. That's the part that I've seen because it's like okay, like I could actually say that to the younger generation, shout out to NTG. He's actually making a lot of moves. I could say I don't know who's actually managing him or stuff like that, but he's actually breaking a lot of barriers.
I hope so,
as
brother.
far
I mean, I've
as
seen his story before. I've seen that same story before, and
yeah,
I learned that when you get the hit record, right? When you get that first hit record, that means that you have opened a window for yourself. And every day that passes and you don't make the next move or you don't connect with the next hit, that window is slowly closing. And a lot of the Dominican
yeah,
artists in New York City, once that window opens, the first thing they do is they go back to the Dominican Republic, where there's a totally different culture, and they're not
yeah.
gonna listen to this trap music. They don't fuck with that. They don't fuck with that. You go over there with that New York flow, they don't understand you. You're not gonna connect. They
I
may
mean,
look
yeah,
at you
it's,
like in amazement, and oh, he got money.
you
He
got
got,
certain
they'll
people
see
that
the back.
might, but you got certain people that will not. I've
Well, it's
actually seen that
proven. It's
happen.
proven. It's been
Sadly,
proven time and time and time again because no artist from New York has gone to the DR after connecting with the fan base in New York and then going down to DR and connecting over there. That hasn't happened. Sensato for me would probably be the closest with Watagata Bitu's Berry, right? But that song was an international
right?
hit. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't
Yeah,
a local thing. But other than that, been proven, man, time and time and time and time again. And for me, doing my studies and doing my work, I get it. The people on the island are racist, my brother. And Dominicans will tell you they're not black, right? And when you go down there, like a
right.
Tali goes down there with that black, but with the African American flow, they don't connect.
Hmm.
They do not connect. And
I,
so if you don't
I
understand
mean,
that
it
shit,
depends. It depends. It depends because, like, for example, the person, not the people that I'm seeing that they're connecting, right? Like when it
yeah,
comes to like maybe the Dominican urban movement. Shout out to Chromo X because I've seen him going. He does his stuff now, like as a producer, like in Los Angeles and such. Shout out to my homie Brasa, because he's doing
yeah.
his thing as a producer also. But one person I could actually say that that she's actually connecting, even though certain people they have like there's certain beliefs about her, is that female Tokisha. I think
Tokisha?
ever since she had, yeah, Tokisha
No,
went
no, no.
up
But
in,
hold on. The thing is, I'm saying from New York to DR. I'm not saying from DR to the world. That works. That
got
works.
you,
That has been proven
got
to
you,
work. But from New York to DR, there's only been a few. And I'll name them. They're not even urban.
yeah,
It's a person like Romeo Santos, right? Prince Royce, and Prince Royce not even. But and some have made it, right? So let's give credit to Messia, right? Messia has, he has translated, he
yeah,
has transcended, he has transcended. But the thing is, um, you got to look at the color of his skin, my brother. He's a white man, so therefore it works for him,
right,
right? So when you look at that from that
hmm,
perspective, then you have another tool to use, right? I'm not
yeah,
saying for us to to divide or nothing. I'm just saying from a pragmatic business point of view, that will give you a hand up,
yeah,
bro. It's sad and it sucks because the way that I feel about it is almost like if you're manipulating shit, because if you know that you can manipulate people's feelings with people that look a certain way, or
hmm,
selling them a product that is not real,
yeah,
that shit don't sit well with me, my brother.
right,
I mean, with my you know what I mean? I can't. There's no way, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. That the project that I had, what
yeah,
I was doing with Leslie, that was so intriguing to me because of the dynamic of what she had. Right, she had the afro, the whole African American look. Um, as far as xenotype is concerned, but her skin was white, which would at least I knew that was gonna open the doors for her. Right, she's not so intimidating when it comes to that. But the black fan base are they're gonna connect with her because she has all the features, right? So I knew that, and that's what I used to move
yeah,
around with her, right? Bro, you know how many people tell me, no, tell her to cut her hair, tell her to cut the afro, and I'm like, bro,
right,
what do you mean? That's the most important thing about her, man. That's who she is. Why would I? You know what I mean? But
yeah, yeah. Talking about that, I want is like maybe one day I could actually say that I've actually talked to your artist, Leslie, right? Not
Yeah.
talk, but I was like around her because
Right.
before she got with you, she used to be with the collective, right? So my homie, shout out to M. Letra, we was actually at his crib. So she was singing and everything like that. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she is something. But I was just around her. I didn't really speak to her. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So I've seen her, and she's actually come up at in her career. So shout out to I am Leslie. So
She's in my the way that I see her, she is the most important artist that New York City has, that the Dominican Republic has,
yeah,
and that Latin American people have, because she's very smart.
yeah,
She understands
hmm
shit, politics, and she can be political and all of that shit. Um, and her look helps her get into places that if she was a darker skinned girl, she wouldn't be able to get into, right? The thing with her is that when she gets into those spaces, she brings the right attitude, bro. She will represent us. She knows the privilege that she has,
yeah,
and she's using it to kick down doors, right? And she's unapologetic, man. So, and on top of that, she has the fucking talent. So,
yep.
that's why to me I feel like she's very important,
I'll
man.
be back
And the
for
way
your. Hey, John.
Yep.
Yeah, Johnny. I'm gonna be back for a few minutes. I'm just like you could hold.
Oh, I'm I gotta get down because I gotta join another live. I kind of like wanted to get on and just show you that, man, and show you some love, brother, because you've been asking me to
All
get
right.
on for a while.
Oh yeah, of course.
But let's keep this going, my brother. You already know, man.
Yeah,
We'll set me up tomorrow, and I'll jump in again.
exactly.
All right. I'm here to rock out, brother.
All right, yo.
You're ready.
You're always welcome on my platform, Johnny.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so
And you know
much.
what? Shout out to For the Culture also.
For sure, man. We working over here, man.
Yep. Of course. Hey, Shazzy.
Yeah. Oh, he left before I was gonna comment on Dominicans being
Yeah,
racist.
he
I
actually has
definitely.
two.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as the racism, I could actually say I never seen it, but I can't really talk about like how it is in Miami because I know that Miami's a different world from New York. So
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know like as far as upper echelon because I know that one day I actually tried to pull my homies when I was in Jersey. Shout out to Big Daddy Ooh. But then the thing is though, I was talking to the guy at first. He was like, "Nah, this is not it," because he actually told me that his mind was into something else. But then when I actually showed his music, he was like, "Yo, your boys actually knows how to spit and such like that." But then after I actually I actually lost that connection with that person had that had certain connections to
Oh wow.
what you call the music industry. Yeah, because at the time it was like my boy was actually signed to Epidemic Music, which is actually run by Cool and Dre. But then again, I haven't heard anything that's been going down because I know that Cool and J used to be Fat Joe's producers at the time when it was like the down south wave started coming out. I'm talking about like around 2007 to 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Those like in those years, like around when Rick Ross started getting famous.
Oh yeah, I remember that period of time.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe things are changing a little bit. I mean, isn't if I'm not mistaken, Amara La Negra, isn't she Dominican? Or am I wrong?
yes, she is. But
Yes.
yeah, but the thing is though, it's like okay, like the music that she does, right? She sings, right? So
Yeah.
therefore, I guess she's going the reality TV route.
Mm-hmm.
But when she came out, she was even actually saying that there was times that when she was doing the music, there was times that that she actually had hard times. So now, since I guess that she signed to another company, I mean, this is my thing, right? A lot of people they'll actually go and congratulate you when you sign a big deal with a major record company, right?
Right.
But then in my adage, I'm saying because I'm not gonna say that I do know contracts and everything like that. I'm saying people. I'm like when you see people that they actually congratulate you for signing with a major label. I'm like, okay, so why are you congratulating just because that they're actually gonna go and have movement, or you're gonna congratulate that person for actually signing their life away. So that's why I'm like when I see people actually congratulate somebody getting signed, all I see is a marketing slave. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. And then they might have to do something else, just to I guess they have to have certain other revenue streams instead
Hmm.
of being an artist themselves. So that's what I'm seeing with Amara La Negra. I mean, I'm not sure because I haven't listened to anything new that she had, but all the time that I'm actually hearing about Amara La Negra, I'm actually seeing her about her two twins and what's going on in the reality TV world, which I don't really care to watch.
No, you definitely are right. I don't. Now that I think about it, because I do follow her, I haven't seen too much that she's done with music. It looks like her team has prioritized the reality TV stuff, and then she's also a host on a talk show on Univision. So I don't know. Maybe they're
Yeah,
just seeing more money coming from those avenues. The other thing is, and listen,
yeah,
women can do whatever they want with their hair, but I noticed that her image has become a lot less Afrocentric. Oh gosh, I'm trying to find a nice way of saying this because I can't tell somebody how they're supposed to look. But this was somebody who proudly wore an afro, and now I see her and it's nothing but wigs and heavy makeup. She was also a lot more curvier. And now I see that she's kind of slimmed down. So I'm not sure if she felt she had to do that to get the mainstream media to accept her. But there definitely has been a noticeable difference with her for sure.
yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna front. The only time I actually seen that artist, shout out to Amada La Negra, was actually at 2016 in the Dominican in the Bronx Dominican Parade. So
Oh wow, she's been doing it for that long.
that's the. I mean, if you actually look at it, she actually is like okay, she came like around 2013, 2014, right? That's when I first heard about it. But her, as you know, as everybody knows, like her career and everything like that, she's been dancing. She's been on television when she was a kid. She was up on Sábado Gigante,
She
and
she was a
she actually
background
and
singer
she
for
actually
Celia Cruz, I think. I've seen a picture of her as a child with Celia Cruz.
yeah background yeah background dancer because that's who she idolized.
Hmm.
So that's like her career. So when she came out and everything like that, that she had like her afro and such. I was like, oh, okay, so I could see the Celia Cruz influence, with the wig and everything. And then there's
Yes,
been like sometimes that she hasn't wear the afro. There's certain times that she actually had like her hair down and such, but most of the times when she was first coming out, she had the afro because that was like a trademark,
it
so to
was.
say.
Hmm.
Yep.
Well, I've kind of come to understand that for some of these artists, they can kind of make a decision on what they think they want to do, but sometimes they get talked into different
Right.
things because of their team. Like, okay, for instance, I'm not really gonna go and put this Venezuelan artist out there because I know her personally, and she has family that live here, but she actually is a lesbian. But her team didn't feel that she was going to really be able to make it, being the butch lesbian that she is. So they convinced her to get some surgery, convinced her
All
to
right.
sexualize herself so she can sell. But if
Yeah,
these,
I mean, I've been seeing that a lot. Tell you the truth,
Mhm.
with certain artists. So I can't really know what the thing is because people with different teams they have like different marketing strategies and everything. But
Right,
it's like when it comes to like certain female artists that they have the talent and such. The thing is though, I've seen with certain artists, some of them that I actually personally know, it's like okay, I knew one artist that she was like okay, she was rough, grimy, and hardcore. I know several female artists that they were about that, but then now that I'm seeing that certain stuff is happening, I'm seeing like all of a sudden like whoa, like I didn't know you as that. But then you have certain people who've been like that ever since they actually started their careers as such. So I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's being, how should I say, over sexualized, I guess, in my opinion. But I know that there's certain females that I've known like in the background, like, me going to parties and such in New York, that there wasn't even about that. There was actually about, okay, I'm about to spit or do what I gotta do without sexualizing of my personal self, but I just let the music speaks. If you understand that part, Shazzy.
yes, yes, I do understand that part. I actually had someone who offered to help me with Somostrache to help it grow, but they had wanted me to kind of push it in a manner of me kind of being more of a face for it. And they had convinced me to actually go get
Right.
some surgery, believe it or not, which was that was the end of that conversation right
Uh,
there. But like, oh,
yeah, I'm
you
like,
can get some surgery to do this because they're not gonna ever listen to what you have to say. You gotta you have to do X, Y, and Z, which is funny because my
I'm
discussion
like,
videos are like my biggest videos now, period. So I'm not sure. Is it kind of written into their contract that they have to follow what their team says for a lot of these artists, or is it a matter of these are the people who are investing in me, so I kind of have to follow them so we can all get this money? That's always kind of a murky area for me with artists. I don't know how much say they have
yeah,
over
it's
this.
like I can't really say because because if you actually look at the marketing teams now, right? You know who
Hmm.
actually started like, oh, you have to get your body done and everything like that? Because a lot of people they actually see trends that actually happen. So if a person, let's just say, if I have a team, right, or you have a team, so they see like us. We're actually trying to be the faces of like our own companies, right? So the team is like, okay, this is how you got to do this, you got to do that, and then I guess for women or whatever have you, it's like, okay, either you might have to lose weight, or maybe a guy might have to lose weight, or in certain cases when it comes to females, they was like, oh, you have to get your body done because maybe that person is actually thinking in the mindset. It's like, okay, since you got like three distinct avenues when it comes to the entertainment industry. I'm not sure about Chicago, but I do know that when it comes to like hubs and everything, when it comes towards music, it's Miami. I mean Houston also,
Hmm.
but I'm saying the ones that you have the real rich people will be Miami, New York, and Los Angeles. So therefore, if you have like somebody from your team that actually was rolling around for, let's just say, for example, Kim Kardashian, or somebody who was, or somebody who was, that had like the same star power as Britney Spears, they're gonna go
Mhm.
around and tell you for what they know and what they see is successful. Like, yeah, you have to go around and get that surgery, which to me doesn't make any sense. I guess that will make sense to them.
But now they literally all look the same. Like as much as I love Dembow, I can honestly say a lot of the females in Dembow, they literally look the same body wise. So it's pretty obvious that the,
Yeah,
the the marketing as far as the body is the same. So they're wearing kind of the same style wigs. They kind of all have the same BBL. So I can't tell a lot of them apart sometimes. I don't know who's who.
yeah. Like for example, the Dominican Republic, right? And everybody talking about Jailene, right? Now, from the beginning of her career, I'm just gonna be honest. She's always have done stuff just to get her name out there, and she actually did a track with one of my homies that I actually went to high school with. Shout out to Royal X. So when it comes to like people and their fandom, and then she had like her relationship with her marriage with Anuel, and then she had her relationship with 6ix9ine and stuff. I saw a whole bunch of Dominicans. They were like, "Oh, 6ix9ine, get out of prison. We're Team Jailene and everything like that." I'm like, really? Me personally, her music is here and there. You know what I'm saying? I can't really be a fan of her. I'm gonna be honest. But when it comes to like other females that I know that are more lyrical than her, yeah, I'm looking for the lyrical content. I don't care about your body. I don't care about what you're speaking. And I'm gonna be honest. If somebody's gonna go and talk about the first thing in their mouth when they actually spit a track and stuff is something sexual, I just turn it off because I'm like, is that what you're gonna talk about? That's just me.
No, that actually does make sense because I'm beginning to notice even in the world of dance hall, as a person who's half Jamaican, I'm beginning to notice there's some backlash against the over sexualization now. Because I mean, how okay, for instance, some of our older dancehall artists, like Spice, for instance, Spice is in her late 40s, I think, mid to late 40s. How long are you going to talk about your pom pom until it just gets to be ridiculous? How long are you going to talk about gyrating and jerk and, whining and whatnot? There kind of gets to a point where it becomes ridiculous for you to talk about these things. So a lot of the males are having more success than the females because the females now are pretty much all saying the same stuff. And you look ridiculous being 40, 50, still discussing these things. And see, that's the other thing that I've noticed. And I wish there was more discussion about this for artists is as you grow and then you mature, your audience kind of has to mature with you. So maybe you started in your 20s, your priorities are different. Maybe your priorities going out and having a couple of drinks and chasing this girl and that girl, and your audience was the same age as you. But now you're in your 40s and 50s. There's no way you're telling me that's still what you're doing, and that damn sure isn't what your audience is doing either. So there needs to be more conversation about helping artists mature with their audience as well. Because, like me, for instance, I'm
Yeah,
35.
yeah, exactly.
Listen, I am not interested in going to pop bottles every every weekend with a 12-year-old and my priorities. That's just not
Wow. Well,
gonna happen.
well, I actually thought you was younger. To tell you the truth.
Really?
I actually thought you
Interesting.
was 28.
No, no,
Yeah.
no. I wish.
Yeah, me. Well, yeah, I'm 41. I'm glad to actually say it. But then you have certain people say, "Oh, I thought you was younger." Certain people say, "Hey, I know you're 41." Like, look at the gray hair in your beard. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm not. I'm me personally. I'm not actually a fan of dyeing my hair. So you get what you get. But other than that, it's like to the point that okay, if it's a 40, like for women or men, right? They're like, hey, I am this and I'm that, and you're like 40 or 50. I'm like, really? I'm like, bro, let's be honest, right? You're a rap artist, right? Nobody's gonna go around and hear about how you are still jacking people and you're like 40 years old. Like, you have to go around and differentiate or something like that, because you have certain people that actually have their own rap style and stuff like that, and it might be good for certain things, but then for certain things they will never actually branch out, just talking about what they know. Like certain people, I mean, you have certain people that don't even talk about the gangster lifestyle. They're actually talking about, okay, how you could actually make your community better. Like maybe most Def or a Talib Kweli and such. So any rapper that actually that comes with the times, that they actually have their music mature, yeah, I'm with you. But then you have certain artists that they don't really mature. So it is what it is. Sadly. Yeah. Shout out to Mi Vida Dominicana. Um, Gracias por seguirme. So, hmm, you're Shazzy.
Hmm.
Do you think you're gonna make any trips like towards Latin America this year?
Oh, you know what? Somebody asked me about that. I definitely have Puerto Rico on my list just because it'll be easy access to get to that island. But where I really want to go is to Colombia. Listen, I don't know what it is that I did. I don't know what it is that I said, but I checked my
Right.
own demographics. My
Hmm.
platform is like 60% Venezuelan. I have no idea how that happened, but it is like almost
Yeah.
entirely
Wow.
Venezuelan. Yeah, it's almost all South American now. So I do have to make my way down there to actually touch base with them and just to be able to communicate with them one on one. And then I want to be able to do some live sessions with artists as well, kind of like what All Smoke podcast does with his, but obviously it's not just hip hop based. So I
Yeah.
definitely I want to do that.
Yeah.
This is kind of a longer project. It's a little bit more personal, a little bit more closer to my heart, but I want to find my family members in Panama. As you know, a lot of Jamaicans ended up in Panama to help build the Panama Canal, but many of them never came back to the island.
Yeah.
That is why the music in Panama sounds like that. That's why you find people, especially in the city of Colon, when they speak English, they speak as if they're
Yep.
people straight from Kingston and whatnot. So I have family members who ended up
Yes.
there, but we lost contact with them. I honestly don't know whatever became of them. And My mom just never really cared to bother
All
with
right.
it.
Well, gotcha. I mean, in my case, right? I'll tell you. I actually went to ancestry.com, right? Because as you know,
Oh, you
both of
did?
my parents they passed away.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So God rest their souls. So
Mm.
what happened was is that I wanted to know, I've always wanted to know like where I'm from, etc. So the like when I actually started being, I guess, a content creator, right? You have a lot of racist Latinos that you call the Hispanistas or whatever. When I went up and I said my story, I'm like, hey, I'm a Dominican. I speak bad Spanish, but I speak what I speak, right? The next thing you know, it was like, oh, you're a fake. This, that, and the third. And I'm like, you know what? Whatsoever. So, this battle's been ongoing for like ever since 2022. So right now, I went up and I actually went to ancestry.com and I
Mm-hmm.
found out a lot of relatives that I didn't even know that I had. I'm talking about relatives in the UK, some relatives in the United States, some of them in DR, and then others in St. Kitts. So when I actually took that DNA test, it validated the story that my mom and my dad told me. So go figure.
Wow, I better head to using that.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. Wouldn't it be crazy if one of the people that if one of the Panamanians that I support I'm possibly related to? Because anytime I go to Panamanian events, that's usually the first thing they ask me is they think that I'm one of them. They almost always think that I'm one of them. Now see that
I
brings me
mean,
to I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I've gotten that like in the past that people actually thought I was Panamanian or something like that. I was like, nah, I never been to Panama. But I have a lot. But in New York, I knew a lot of Panamanians. But some of the Panamanians, some of them they spoke good Spanish. Some of them, that their parents came from Panama. They didn't speak no Spanish whatsoever. So
I've met a few like that. That is true.
yeah.
Mm. Do you think the Panamanians
And
ever
then
gonna?
and then
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
most of them that I've actually even encountered, they're actually from Cologne. So I even had my college teacher. He was from Cologne, and he went up and he told me that one of the first Yankees was actually from Panama. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I mean, when I had my braids, I was always mistaken as Panamanian. I was like, all right. So, and then when I actually read about the canal and how most Panamanians they spoke English or they actually have English surnames, I was like, oh,
Hmm.
okay. But Panama is not the only place that joint actually happened to. You actually have certain people who were Jamaican immigrants that actually settled in Nicaragua also.
It's true. A few of them also in Honduras as well.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you think the Panamanians are gonna get over this whole
And then you
reggaeton?
have like yeah, it's like I don't know. I can't really say the future of reggaeton because you have people who are like the OGs of reggaeton. Then you have people who are doing trap. So you're seeing a lot of different styles in Spanish hip hop now. So you can't really even put a foot in. You can't even put a foot on one style anymore. Like maybe 20 years ago, because everybody wanted to try to do reggaeton, and it was not like so much. You had hip hop, but but the people that was actually doing the hip hop and such were actually the Cubans. First of all, I'm not saying that I'm not trying to downplay any other movement, but when it came to like Spanish hip hop, it was the Cubans, and and then you had the Mexicans that had their own versions of what you would say Latino rap from there, and then it just spread all over, even to the late great Cancerbero from Venezuela.
Oh goodness, this Cancerbero person. Man, I got into a crazy argument with these
Yeah,
Venezuelans with their Cancerbero. That man's
yeah,
influence.
he
He
was such a
he
big deal.
he was a big deal, but because of I think his popularity, it's kind of led these Venezuelans to believe that this is the only way to rap. Like what I've noticed, especially in dealing with Venezuelans, is a lot of them have a very old school mentality of what rap should be because of Canserbero. So people who might not necessarily be spitting in a way where it's very poetic style rapping, to them it's not necessarily acceptable. Like if you're not rapping like Canserbero, you're not rapping like a cappella, you're somehow not good enough, or that's not real hip hop. It's just interesting to see how different things
Yeah,
can be depending on the country that you're in. Like a lot of the drill stuff that's in
I
New York
mean,
City right now, they wouldn't accept it because to them that's not real hip hop. What are you doing? It's not supposed to sound like that. You're not saying anything. Well, they are. They're just rapping in a different way.
yeah, yeah. Shout out to one of my homies in Venezuela, Bape OG Trapper. So he's been doing his stuff like for, I'll say, what, I'm gonna say that he's been doing his joint. The first time I actually heard of him was like around 2015, 2016, when he actually did a song with Otto Sanchez from my Dominican homie from Brooklyn.
Mhm.
And I was like, oh, okay, let me just listen to this guy OG Trapper. So OG Trapper is like, he's been doing his thing. He actually got his own radio show and everything like that in that order. But the thing is, though, since he's in Venezuela, a lot of people they don't really have movement because of the current situation that's actually happening in Venezuela.
Mhm.
So I actually talk to OG Trapper sometimes via WhatsApp. And other Latin artists also.
I wanted to get your opinion on something. I was speaking to my cousin about this
All
with
right.
the whole situation with the immigration and the deportations. Right now, the American audience knows that there's a lot of money that can be made working with Latino artists. But if we continue to have all of these people being deported, what potentially could happen is it might literally make sense for Latino artists to just stick with working with Latino artists. And the money that can be made working with American artists, it won't even make sense anymore because of the backlash of these deportations. So it might make sense to start focusing on what's going on in these countries and not so much what's happening here. Because I'm already seeing it. I personally know one artist who was deported, and I mean it was sad, it was unfortunate, but
Yeah.
he was already building with the people from his city in Colombia. So he literally just went back and it was as if nothing really happened. He's been on a podcast, he's been doing this, he's been
Yeah.
doing, and he's decided to not even pursue coming back
Right.
here.
I mean, if you actually look at it, right? I mean, if you actually look at it, right? I know that there's several artists that I'm not saying that I personally know, but I've seen artists that that have got deported and such. So one thing that I'm actually seeing with a lot of these artists is that they're not even gonna go to the United States anymore. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of them are actually tapping into, I guess, the Spanish immigrant communities in Europe, or the Latinos expat, if I might add. And it's to the point that they're like, okay, hold up. You have certain Latinos that they're not even going to the United States no more. So they're gonna go for other avenues, like, okay, we're gonna go to Europe, right? But then
Yeah, especially
with certain
Spain.
with, well, as far as yeah, so as far as the other avenues, right? When it comes to Dominican artists and they go into Spain, they have to go through somebody. So I'm not gonna go around and give that person promotion because of whatsoever. But all Dominican artists have to go through this person in order for them to go and do shows in Spain. But then you have other artists. I'm talking about like from Colombia, maybe Chile, and everything like that. They don't have to go through that artist. So therefore, they already got their contacts if they want to go and do shows and such. So it's like a catch 22 when it's Europe. That's my thing. Excuse me. I'm gonna hop off for a moment. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. And it looks like that some of my homies, Irby Fatal said that even G Unit tried to do reggaeton. All right.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've seen a lot of
Yeah, I kind of remember that. It was like only one song. It was called Rompe by Daddy Yankee. I'm like, okay. It was something, but it didn't really go nowhere. Nobody was blasting that in the clubs. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth. The only thing that I could actually say that I first really heard that used to had a Latin scene was that dude. What's his name? The guy that he actually had a hat and everything. Chingo Bling. I don't know what the heck happened to him. Maybe you will know more than me.
Chingo Bling. Oh, Chingo Bling, I think is Mexican. Yeah, he's from Texas.
Yeah, that- yeah, yeah,
It also possibly may force a lot of the Latinos or quote unquote no sabo kids. They'll be forced to have to learn to speak English because if more and more opportunities start
yeah,
heading back in their home countries, this thing of I don't need to speak Spanish or I can kind of sort of speak it, it's just not going to work no
yeah,
more. 'Cause I can think of a few people who they tried to do the music thing in English and it just didn't work out for them like that. But they switched to doing it in Spanish and they've had a lot more success. So I think the time
right,
to learn this language fluently is now. And that's not even just for Spanish, because I know a few Nigerians, it's the same thing. We have a lot of Nigerians here in Houston. I've heard we have the second biggest population of Nigerians in the country outside of Atlanta. And we
yeah,
actually have local Afrobeats artists here. And they tell me the same thing. There is literally more money to be
yeah,
made for them going back to their country. Not here. But you're not going to be going to
yeah,
Nigeria only speaking English. It's just not going to work. You have to know how to speak Igbo or you have to know how to speak Yoruba or the audience there simply won't accept you. So now it's a business move. You have
Right.
to tap into your culture there. Well, if they keep
Yeah.
deporting Nigerians, I'm not sure what the deportation situation is with them. Their economy is already growing. Somebody might decide to just pack up their bags and go there, blow up their country, and not even consider coming back here. Like I'm just looking at the economic ramifications of this. It might hurt us because people might decide, well, I'm
Yeah.
not
I
going to go
mean, if
back
you
there
actually
anymore.
look at it, I
Yeah,
was
I'm, I'm,
actually
I'm
talking to
just,
certain people, and it's like, yo,
why would I go there now? I
yep,
might as well just do everything I can to figure
exactly.
things out right here.
Yep. But then there's one thing that even though if a person's how should I say popular in their own country and such, it's like like I was actually talking to Pete about this. Like in the Dominican Republic, right? You could have like a company, put back you and everything like that. But here in the United States, when it's an artist, they actually want to mold you for the agenda that they're actually trying to push, whether it will be good or bad. But like say an artist in the Dominican Republic who is signed to maybe uh outside label from the Dominican Republic, from an outside label off the Dominican Republic, whether it'll be Sony, Warner, or a European company, they'll put a lot of money. They'll throw a lot of money with the artists, as far as touring, visas, et cetera, right? But the thing is, though, with the Dominican artists, they're not going to try to push their agenda like how they push Northern American artists. If you understand
Hmm.
if you understand, so that's like the big difference when it comes to Latin America and the United States. As far as Nigeria, I do not know what their business stuff is like. But then if they could make more money like in Nigeria, it'll be good. But then when those labels start calling, whether it'll be either a European label or an American label, or in certain instances, which is Japanese Sony, which is kind of like the Japanese and American, it's gonna be it's gonna be like rough. Like we know what y'all doing, what y'all gonna do. Are you gonna go and lock me into a contract, or are you gonna lock me with a distribution deal? This either or, because as soon as you see a lot of artists doing distribution deals, a lot
Yes.
of the label game is actually going to change. And I'm seeing a lot of artists trying to do the distribution deal now because it's not even worth it to actually sign for a contract. Because think about it, when you sign in a contract now, most of these are 360 deals, right? So that means that the company now, they actually own your YouTube. They actually own, like, say, if you wanted to go do a movie, all they're getting that money. They want to go get money off your promotions. It's like the 360 deal is like a new way of just shafting a deal, and they're making more money, and if you're not really that hot, you're not gonna really be making money, nor own your own masters. So
Are
I'm just
there
like, nah.
are there cases where a 360 deal might be a good idea? Now, let's say you're an artist where you just don't have a fan base at all. You're still new, but you are talented, and maybe they're offering to help you grow. Or should you just take your time and build yourself up first? Because for a
I
lot of these
think it's
artists, that
to take your time and build yourself up.
take your time, build yourself up.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm seeing like a lot of these artists, right? Let's just say, for example, um, Yachty, right? Um, Yachty, he went up and he signed a 360 deal. So he went to these platforms that actually explain what the 360 deal is, and it's like I don't know like what his finances looking at like or anything like that since he signed it, but then a lot of people, they actually talk about the dangers of the 360 deal, and then from from the outside looking in, everything is an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's an everything's an illusion. Let's put it like this. Let's say I sign you, Shazzy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I put my whole promotion on making you look good. I'm just you as an artist on making you look good. So therefore, from a person that does not know about the business side of the music industry, and you're making like platinum and all this stuff, you would think that okay, I got it. That person got it made. They're doing shows or whatever. What they don't understand is that I could be the person that could be screwing you out of a lot of stuff that you actually don't know about. How you doing, Pete?
Us. Blessings, everyone. Blessings. Just made it home from the hospital.
How you feeling, Pete?
I'm great.
How you feeling, Pete?
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. Like I said, hospital wasn't gonna tell me anything I didn't already know. So I'm good. It's not like I got any surprise news. Oh, surprise! It's this. Yeah, you're late. I knew that already. So yeah,
Got you.
they were asking me if I ever had surgery. I'm like, no. Like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, okay. What? Stop asking me that.
Got
I
you.
haven't had surgery. I don't want to have surgery.
Right.
Obviously, of course, I've had surgery, but they're asking me if I had surgery at the hospital, and I'm like, not in your hospital. I had surgery when I was overseas.
Right.
But yeah. So I want to apologize, Shazzy, real quick, because there's a lot of the things that you said that I missed because I was in transition from the hospital back home. But you touched on a lot of things that while I was in the chat, all I could do was nod and agree. And there were other things that you questioned that I wish I could have answered, but I couldn't because I didn't have any signal.
It's okay.
But everything in due time. I don't believe in coincidence. So please keep coming back to the show because that way, whatever doubts you may or may not have, we can definitely clear them for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm a person that I've been involved in the music. I've been around the music business. I know a lot of shady music people, hence the reason why I'm not in the music business myself. But I do work with a team and I do inspire that people inspire themselves to be greater. Like I personally make music, I make beats, and I have no problem dropping music on people so that their face can get recognized. I don't necessarily want to be recognized. I already lived that life when I was in DR, and it got very frustrating. I couldn't go nowhere. People on top of me. Oh, let me get your autograph. I'm trying to eat. Stuff like that. So, don't ever look back and don't ever step back, not even to take impulse to go forward. Just keep going forward slowly to the point where you start walking faster, to the point where you start running, to the point where you start flying. Everything takes time, especially in the entertainment business, period. Everything is about a following. Everything is about fans. So don't rush yourself into making a bunch of fans and then you have to look over your head because fans want to touch you. Fans want to they want to smell you. They want to touch your sweat. It's like, yo, my man, it's called privacy. Like, oh no, I just wanted to touch your phone. For what?
You know,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you brought that up because I see a lot of these you know, I would like to describe them as some of these money hungry marketing gurus that I'm seeing all over Instagram these days. They're
Oh,
pushing this
scammers.
narrative. Yeah, some of them do appear to be scammers. They're pushing this narrative that an artist has to be best friends with their fans. You have to be there with your fans. You have to make sure you speak to them all the time. And I'm just trying to figure this out in my head. I can understand that you should want to build a community. I can
Yeah.
understand that you should want to connect with your fans. But at what point does it become unhealthy? Because some of these fans get so crazy that personal things that are in your life, they want access to every little thing. You change your hair and they're questioning this. You do this or that
Yeah.
and they're questioning this. You want to be able to protect the right to your relationship and they want access to it. So I mean, what exactly
Yeah.
is the balance here? And it's also an issue of safety, yo, because listen, man,
Want to laugh real quick? I
I
had a
don't.
fan tell me in DR, I
Mhm.
want your toothbrush.
What the
I'm like, for what?
What?
Pa que tu boca esté en mi
What?
boca. I'm like, no. My boca don't
I
gotta be
want
in your
you a
boca.
toothbrush.
Yo.
The hell?
Es
I'm
que yo
like,
quiero tu
Ay,
baba en mi
like,
boca.
yo,
I'm like,
venga
nah.
eso.
We don't,
that's like the most Dominican thing
ah,
I've
yo quiero
ever
tu baba en
heard.
mi boca. I'm like, nah,
I
we
want
don't
your
do that over
toothbrush.
here. Yo quiero tu baba en mi
Coño.
boca. I'm like, nah, what we doing over here?
Ay, caramba.
What the
That's a
hell
different
for, yo?
type of what?
Diantre, monstro. That is the most Dominican thing I've ever heard. I want your toothbrush.
Ay, Pedrito, dame tu cepillo. ¿Para qué?
Wow.
Para tener tu baba en mi boca. Nah, bro, chill. Like, what you want?
Yeah, see, I'm not sure about that.
Para
I
tener
don't.
tu baba en mi boca. ¿Qué clase de asquerosidad es esa?
Oh my God.
Yo.
See, I'm not too sure.
I'm gonna
But
say that in English. That is so ascaros. That is ascaros. Like, oh, I want your toothbrush so that your spit could be in my mouth. Nah, get out of here with that. Ascaros.
Yo.
Man, now you see that is probably some Cuero Malo who's a little dry downstairs. So any sort of stimulation is exactly what she needs.
Nah, but y'all females get it worse.
Yeah.
I've seen people tell a female, "Oh, I want to drink your bath water." What? That is ascaros, bro.
Yo.
What are you doing? I worship her. Sheesh.
I've seen that.
I've gotten some.
Say that I've seen.
I've gotten some surprise DMs, and I'll just put it like that. In the title of the person's message, they wrote,
I can never say that I've actually had surprise DMs as far as me doing music, but I have had DMs when I was single from women that they be like, "Oh, me encanta a ti mulatico," or something like that. I'm like, okay. And then the next thing you know, they're like, "Ay, yo necesito esto, pagar mi rent." I'm like, get out of here. Sorry.
but here's the thing though,
Like,
and this is kind of the flip side of it. Think about an artist like Romeo Santos. Romeo Santos spends
right.
so much time kissing a lot of his fans on the lips, and I know that he's married. He's dedicated to his wife. Well, I mean, you never know. These Dominican men, they have a wife and then 100 other girlfriends. Who
Yeah.
knows? But that's part of his
Yeah.
branding. He kisses his fans and makes them feel like he's with them. But you see how successful he is after all this time. His
Wasn't
show,
he diagnosed with full-blown AIDS?
Romeo Santos?
Yeah. Aventura, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't he diagnosed like 10, 15 years ago with full-blown AIDS? Women are still kissing him on stage?
Done. Is that true? I don't.
Never heard
The
that.
plot thickens.
Jeez. Are you serious? Oh, Lord.
I heard something like that. I don't know.
Don't.
Yeah,
These rich people
but
got the Magic Johnson pill now, and
but then again, that might have been a rumor because
Oh
shoot,
my God.
I've heard a whole bunch.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of rumors.
Yeah.
I remember back in like the 2000s, there was a rumor that the rapper Trina had HIV, and that rumor is still going around. There's still people in Miami who claim that they know for sure that she has it, but who knows? Like how close is too close with these fans, and is it absolutely necessary?
I could give you one recollection, right? And it's from somebody that we know. Manda saludo a Vaquero, Moreno
Oh, yeah.
5, Frankie, y Kuning. All right. So I could tell you from my recollection about females trying to get close. During when it was like one of the concerts from Vaquero in the Bronx, where it was up in Club Tropicana, fan went up and tried to go around and hug Vaquero, and Vaquero had to push her away. And I'm telling you, I seen this because this fan of Vaquero was straight drunk. She danced with like everybody, me included. But the thing is though, is that I've seen certain stuff that happened, and then we had to, and then on top of it, you had to go around and tell certain people up in Tropicana, like they had to go and make sure that Vaquero didn't slip because people were actually were so drunk that drinks was on flowing and stuff. You know what I mean? So I actually seen that aspect in one of his concert or in one of his shows in the Bronx. So
listen, people.
If you,
I know people for being good. I know people for being bad. I know people for being great. I know people for being mysterious. Once you have too many fans, it's not if the person is dangerous or not. It depends on their mental condition at the moment. Maybe that fan just wanted to say hi and give him a hug, but because she was so drunk out of her mind, she looked like she wanted to, scratch him and take his skin off him.
Yeah, it was like around that basis. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's bad.
She wanted to devour the homie. I'm going to be honest, but shout out to Vaquero.
Shout out, Manuel. Shout out. Vaquero.
Yeah.
De lo mío.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's it. I've known Vaquero for over 25
I was just saying
years.
that as an example.
That's wild.
Yeah. I just remember when I first went up and I was like, yo, like Vaquero, I was like, yo. So I went up and I hit up on Big Daddy. I was like, yo, Vaquero, I'm still the only one in the United States that has a picture with him with Big Daddy U, the late Freddie Goldman, and
Rest in
Vaquero.
peace, Freddie.
I was actually the first one that actually got that picture. So
Freddie Goldman, de lo
it
mío.
was like, yo, already knew. Yep. And then during the time when when Vaquero was actually unjustly incarcerated, I started knowing a whole bunch of people. Lilo Mas Fresco.
Yeah.
Well, I met Ania Rap before then, so I kind of got like my connections with him also.
Lilo el Más Fresco. We know him as Lilo Ra. He's from Barrio Mexico.
Templo. My homie Vampiro.
Vampiro, that's one of my guys too.
That, that are in San Pedro that I actually had connections with. And even ones up in Consuelo. There was Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Pablo from Afrikdom. Who else?
Don't know that.
I know I haven't really spoke to this guy, but I know that there was a guy by the name of Leyenda Negra until he actually went
Leyenda
to
Negra.
Alemania. So when I could actually say when it's the San Pedro music movement, I'm kind of tapped in. Even though that I don't really be in San Pedro that much, but I'm kind of tapped in thanks to social media.
Rest in peace, Monkey Black. Black Point. Wow. It's crazy, man. I'm so happy I'm back home. I had too much anxiety, bro. I needed to roll up.
Yo, P, you there?
I sure am. Can you hear me?
Just 1 second.
Hey, B.
Testing.
What?
We said the same thing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Probando. Está bueno. Si no funciona, le pego el alicate. Okay. He's the one that got clocked out. He's like, yo, are you there? I'm like, yeah.
We'll probably be back in on a minute. AP, let me ask you this as well. I promise this is my last question.
I love questions.
What are the signs of an artist who is not serious? Because that actually is an issue that I'm having. Is there's a lot of people who have talent, right? Talent is everywhere, but I'm finding that a lot of these people are hobbyists, but they just don't realize that they're hobbyists, meaning they're not willing to put in the work, they're not willing to improve, and they're hard-headed. And it's kind of becoming a waste of my time sometimes trying to deal with them. For example, I was trying to put together a cipher in my city here for Spanish-speaking artists that would showcase our talent. And I had one artist who said he needed a month to put together a freestyle. And this is somebody who apparently is a freestyle king. Yeah, he said he wanted to showcase the best freestyle, so he needed a month to put together a freestyle.
But it's a freestyle. You're supposed to freestyle.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's what I thought. Maybe the definition has changed. I don't know. I
mean, because there's 3 versions of freestyle. There's a freestyle, meaning that you have something written and you can versatilely spit that on a new beat. Freestyle that is coming improvisation off the mind, improvisado. And then there's freestyle music, the genre. So he needed a month to make a freestyle music song? Because you're not going to tell me it takes a month for you to make a freestyle improv, because it's supposed to be off the dome.
Yeah, it was supposed to be off the dome. We had a beat for him and everything. He said, well, I only want to showcase the best of my work. And I was like,
okay,
that ain't no freestyle, though, homie. That is not a freestyle.
Homie's confused. But listen, before we lose the topic, the question you asked was what happens when, ABCXYZ, when people don't have like that full commitment, to the talent.
Right.
There's three things you have to look at. One, you got to notice if the person is procrastinating. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing. 2, you have to look at the person's mental fortitude, because sometimes people have slight mental issues and they're hungry to perform or they're hungry to excel in their talent, but mentally they have a delay where they just can't be sharp and on point. Then you have your third type of person, which is the type of people that have skill but don't have talent. Now there's a difference. You could have skill and not talent, or have talent and not skill. Like there's people that I know people that could freestyle for 10 minutes, but what they're spitting for those 10 minutes doesn't make sense, doesn't add up, and doesn't rhyme.
Right.
And then you got people that when they do a 2-minute freestyle, it sounds like they said 500 words in those 2 minutes. You're like, yo, You just went Big Daddy Yo on that beat. Or Busta Rhymes on that beat. You just went Twister on that beat. You just went. So anywho, these are things that you have to look at. And if you're someone that practices faith, never be afraid to present someone to God and be like, God, help this person excel. And if they have a spirit of laziness, rebuke it from their body so that they can excel in their trade. Never be scared to pray for people. Sometimes we need that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Is consistency important, or is that not that important?
Consistency is important for the experience, because without experience, you can't be a good artist. It's that simple. Like I've been on the radio since I was 16. So when I get on a radio show, it feels like I'm a part. Like if I was born in the microphone. And it's the experience. It's not the consistency per se that I've been doing it for a long time, but the consistency of how I was doing it when I started is what gave me the experience to where I can sit down now in any radio show and it feels like I've been there for years.
Yeah.
Understood. I'm sorry, Don, did you want to say something?
Oh no, I was actually agreeing with Pete.
I'm here. If you got any more questions, trust me. That's what I do. I like answering questions. Because even when I don't know something, I'll learn. And that way, when someone else asks me later on in life, I know what to tell them.
Yeah.
How can we protect ourselves against AI? Because after finding out this new feature did you hear about this new news with Amazon and the AI?
About people scamming with your voice because they can AI generate your voice?
Yes, and they
I heard about it.
Remixes. I mean, how does that work with song ownership? How does that work with royalties? If it's technically my original song, but you used AI to recreate it, who the hell gets paid? Is it me? Is it AI? Is it you who initiated the remix? I mean, this is just getting to be really murky waters here. I mean,
I'm sorry. What's gonna happen is that you're gonna get paid eventually, but they're gonna be dodging you at first because they're gonna be thinking that it's originally somebody else. But this is why United Artists, BMI, people like that, they protect your music, they protect your voice. They're gonna know because of digital. There's a digital machine that can tell you if the instruments you used in that production were digital instruments, computerized instruments, acoustic, if they were real, if they can tell. So the AI, even though it sounds like you, there's still a signature behind it that tells the computer that it's a computer talking. All right. So if someone uses your voice to make an AI replica song, once they get caught, then those royalties will go to you automatically because that's yours.
Okay. But at first,
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you a quick example.
No,
you remember the song? You remember the song "Do the Harlem Shake"?
Yes.
In the beginning of the song and in different parts of it, there's a part that it's a voiceover that says "Con lo terrorista." That's Hector el Father.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That song was booming for a good year or two, and on the third year, Hector el Father's lawyers caught onto it, and that person got sued for using that sample in his production without permission.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it doesn't have to do with AI, but tarde o temprano, they're going to find out. And when they find out, the lawyers are going to be on it. And then BMI lawyers, United Artists lawyers, what is it? Musicians Guild. Those people don't play. Those lawyers are not playing. They will take somebody's last penny for using a voice, a sound, anything.
Okay. So it's imperative for you to register your songs then.
100%. Register everything up to the comma. Register everything. Because the moment one letter gets taken out of context that has to do with your song, you need to be paid. And get paid every time it gets used again after that. That's called a royalty check. Give it to me.
So if you are an artist who just did a feature with someone and it was some work for hire agreement, you wouldn't be able to collect on anything more. They just paid you to do this one feature, one verse, and then that's it? Or is there potential that you could collect royalties later on?
That's when reading the dotted line is important. Because if it was a pay for hire that they only needed you for 5 seconds, but you gave them 10 seconds, you kind of gave them 5 seconds extra. But those 5 seconds extra can add up to a royalty check because the contract was only for 5 seconds and you gave them 10. I don't know if that's a good explanation, but what I'm trying to tell you is certain things might be royalty free, but if your work is being used out of context of what the contract was for, then automatically you deserve payment because your voice content was for that specific song, not for them to take half of your verse and use it on a remix for something else. Now you got to get paid.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And trust me, these people, once you say you're going to take them to court, they want to settle out of court. They're going to want to pay you ASAP. Because in court, they're going to lose way more money.
Yeah, it would make more sense for them to just settle it.
Oh, yeah. They don't even want to see a judge. Like, how much you want so you could just keep quiet about this?
So then with AI, is there still viability in being a ghostwriter? Because why would I pay you to ghostwrite for me if I could potentially get AI to do it? Because I know for some people they've made a better living just ghostwriting for people. Maybe their image or whatever wasn't all that marketable, but their pen game was just incredible. So could it potentially hurt the?
But how original and affectionate could an AI robot be? AI sounds great if you're trying to make a rap song about something, but if you're doing an R&B, something that's heartfelt, AI is not going to be able to help you because AI doesn't feel. So it's not going to be able to give you an original heartfelt clenching song. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be able to produce that. It could produce something similar, but people are not going to necessarily feel it because it's not generating anything that came from the heart. Get it? From the heart.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm starting to understand now.
Got you.
So there might be certain genres who are way more susceptible to this AI stuff simply because of the nature of their content.
Oh yeah, EDM is effed.
Yeah, EDM,
any modern day
house. Yeah.
Any modern day EDM is screwed because you can AI all of that now, and it's perfectly fine. So forget about it. But song that has context, song that que te llega al alma, that it just touches your soul, you can't AI that. AI has no soul, has no heart. It's not going to be able to produce that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
not saying they're not going to try. Not saying they may not succeed in the next 100 years. But I don't plan on being here for another 100 years, so who knows?
yeah.
Okay. So is our fears about AI really justified then, or is it just going to be important for us to make sure we deliver quality and produce what AI can't?
I mean, you kind of answered it with the last question. It's impervious that you produce high, genuine quality music so the AI can't take over your genre. AI can't take over your specialty of what you bring to the table with your talent, God-given talent.
Have you heard of Demiser? Because he needs to do a show with you. Have you heard of him? I'm not sure if you have, but he's based out in the West Coast.
I haven't, but I have no problem meeting people and expressing my soul and letting them know how I feel about things and perceiving people to be woke and vigilant. I have no problem with that.
What is your IG name? Or should I just put it into the should I just put
It's
Miser's Instagram in the chat, or
I mean it's the same as my name, Pete K Darkness.
PK Darkness? Okay.
Just like that, PK Darkness. My Instagram has a few memes that I've generated, original memes that I've made myself. And I guess that's it for now. I don't think I have memes on my page, but those are memes that I've made myself. It has my tag on it, the same tag that you see here, PKD23 SPM.
PK23.
But like I said, my Instagram is PK Darkness, just like my SoundCloud.
Darkness. Okay. I see you in here.
There you go.
Ooh. Okay, let me not be rude. I'm kind of taking over this chat. Don, did you want to say something? I don't want to be rude.
We welcome rudeness. Like they say in Jamaica, rude boy, we welcome rudeness.
You're always welcome here, Shazzy.
You welcome rudeness?
We welcome rudeness.
Are you absolutely?
It's what it is. I'm the co-host of the Wednesday, sometimes Thursday martial arts edition, and trust me, I welcome rudeness. I want people to be rude and ask me, "Oh, well, what should I do if someone tries to punch me?" Obviously, block. But I like giving people tips, like, "Oh, block, chop, chop." Learn how to do this, learn how to do that. Mawashi uki means circular block. Keep your body in motion, rotate your arms, make sure that nothing is coming towards your center, counter it, and that's it. You won the fight. The fight's over.
Yep.
But that's for the martial arts edition, not so much for the urban stories.
And if anybody and martial arts expert, like told them to come through for the Wednesday edition also.
Yeah, man. Anybody listening?
Good stuff about martial arts and everything like that.
You have any martial arts questions, or you're a martial art enthusiast, or you have some type of years of discipline under your belt, show up, man. Pop up, pull out, come to the studio, man. Express your mind. Let the people hear your voice. You know what I'm saying? Let your questions be heard. Because let me tell you something. I don't have the answer to everything, but I do have some type of enlightenment towards maybe what you're looking for. And if I don't, we will find it together.
Exactly.
Okay, you seem to be a man of faith, so I actually will ask this question. I'm kind of on the fence with Mr. D1, the Christian rapper from I believe he's from New Orleans. I might be wrong. Who seems to be on a crusade to get hip hop, get rap to clean up its image, so we can be a little bit more positive. I understand what he's trying to do, and I respect what he's trying to do. But do you think it's fair for us to be policing how people make their art? Because I feel like D1 is kind of, he's getting to that territory where it's becoming a case of, I'm going to dictate how you choose to make your music, which that one I'm not too sure about that.
I mean, nobody can really dictate how someone makes their music. Everyone has their own share of talents. Like, just because someone can sing doesn't mean that they can rap. Just like someone can rap, it doesn't mean that they can sing. Or maybe they can sing and rap, but they can't dance. No, we can't all do everything. What he's trying to do, he's trying to use a tool that the devil created to separate our society, to use it as a tool to bring salvation to society. And that's nice and that's dandy. But at the end of the day, you're still in the devil's playground. You're trying to use something that came from the world to rescue the world with it. It's gonna be here and there. It's gonna be fugazi. There's gonna be trouble in paradise. But if he can hold and resist on the worst day, he's gonna win. He will be triumphant. I'm saying he will get somewhere with that. But no one else should feel obligated to do something because someone else is doing it. You have your own talent. You have your own riz and charisma. Trust me, it's going to be what it's going to be. No one can overshadow that. No one can foreshadow that or throw shade on whatever you do because what you're doing is original. Just keep going.
The reason I asked that question is I look at like early DMX, for instance, right? But before he started, thinking about potentially becoming a pastor, and when he unfortunately passed away, DMX in the beginning was rough around the edges, yo. Even though he had all of those prayer songs on all of his albums, and we could see that there was a lot of potential, DMX was rough around the edges. So looking at what D1 speaks on, I feel like early DMX, he wouldn't accept him. But DMX kind of had to go through that transition to get where he's supposed to be. Like, I feel like sometimes when we try too hard to tell people you should be doing things like this, we kind of disrupt the natural pattern of how their life is supposed to work. Sometimes you kind of need to go through a lot of these things to get where your ultimate goals are. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, that's a true concept. DMX went through a lot. DMX went through a lot to the point where going through his trials and tribulations, he met the Lord, he met his Savior, and then started walking in faith. Why does it seem that the people that come to faith that were so hard in the world, why do they seem like they have more conviction than others? Because who you think is going to show more gratitude? Someone who was forgiven for a few sins or someone who was forgiven for many sins? Someone who was forgiven for many sins is going to express more charisma. They're going to express more love towards whatever it is that saved them. So in this case, when DMX became a saved person, his demeanor started changing. His speech started changing. It wasn't no more about what they want. No, it wasn't about that anymore. Now it was like, oh, please, Lord, at this time, please look after my brothers. And now it's different. Now his mind thinks differently. He doesn't think like how he used to when he was part of the world. Rest in peace, DMX.
No, you're definitely right. I noticed the difference. He even stopped doing the prayer segments on his albums. He said it didn't make sense anymore because he didn't feel close to Damien anymore.
Wow. You become a changed person when you start living in faith. So whatever past demons you had in your past, they can no longer affect you. They can't. You're a new person. You're a new creation. People might know you for your old testimony, but that's not who you are anymore.
Yeah.
But that's for that route. Not everybody takes that route. That route is not for everyone as well. Of course, I wish salvation on everyone, but some people, it's not that they're not worthy of being saved. Some people aren't ready to be saved. Some people do have to go through certain levels of aggravation or tribulation or some type of spiritual test that wakes up their mind. It wakes up their spirit. Like, wait a minute, I've been doing this wrong this whole time. I should have been doing this. There you go. In DR, we like to say, o tú vienes con amor o tú vienes con dolor. So you'll either come with love or you'll come with pain. But either way, you're going to come.
You need a podcast, homie.
Coming soon.
¿Cuándo?
Most likely next week, next month. Yeah.
Wow.
I spoke about that with Armando. Reyes y Sacerdotes is coming. It's coming.
Okay.
But thank you, Shazzy. Thank you for that comment. I do need a podcast. Yeah. It's coming.
Oh, you definitely do.
Yeah, you do, bro. I mean, like,
thank you.
I'm going to go tell you how powerful, Shazzy, I'm going to tell you how powerful this man is.
Uh-oh.
Well, I can already feel it after one conversation.
Yeah. It was like on one thing, it was like during, the 19 times, right? He went up and he was just letting people know the truth since he is a Marine also. He as soon as he went up and he spoke the truth, he had like 5,000 hits on his Facebook alone.
One video.
And
wow.
And all I did was share it to certain people. And he had like 5,000 hits.
That's crazy, man. That video was crazy. There was a bunch of choppers over my building. Like, why are there so many helicopters over my building in the middle of Harlem? Like, what's going on here?
For a video?
On the video, yeah. It was during COVID-19. I was talking about certain things. And I look up, and there was a bunch of helicopters. I pointed my phone up. I said, look at this. Look at all these helicopters here. What are they doing here? This is the middle of Harlem. What are they doing? There's no highway here. Like, y'all go over there. Yeah, it was crazy. I looked back at that video, and almost half of that video got chopped. I'm like, wow. They scrubbed out a lot of that video. So if you didn't see it live, you don't get to hear everything I said. It was crazy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, does that make you nervous about putting a podcast up? Because I've seen some podcasters who they're saying stuff that people don't agree with, and they're getting demonetized. I don't know if you've heard of Doggy Diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
Doggy Diamonds.
I actually spoke.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually I actually have Doggy Diamonds on my friends list on Facebook and on TikTok also. Shout out to Doggy Diamonds, by the way.
Shout out. Manita, just so you know, I'm like Bone Crusher. I ain't never scared. You know what I'm saying? I've been jumped my whole life. The last time I got jumped, I was standing next to another friend of mine who's a black belt as well. And I had 10 people run on me with 2 guns. And to my recollection, between my homeboy and I, we beat all 10 of them to the ground. So I ain't never scared. I don't do scared. You know, if anything, I'm more worried about facing getting court-martialed. You know, the government coming after me to, shut me up. You know, that's when I have to rely on my VPNs and my wall-to-wall IP address pingers so that they don't know where the heck I'm at. He's podcasting from Pennsylvania. No, he's not. He's podcasting from Florida. No, he's not. He's from Chicago. No, he's not. So while they go looking, I'm exactly where I'm at with 3 VPNs on. Like we're not playing.
Yeah, it's like to the point that I went up and I got doxxed just because I said who I was and everything like that. And it's to the point that you have some of these quote unquote races within the Latino collective that they're actually trying to shut certain people up just because they love Spain and everything like that. When the fact is, when you actually tell people, like, Spain do not like you, so why the heck you gonna go around and talk about Spain, and then you want to go and try to talk bad about black people or that we don't exist and everything like that. I'm like, okay, so if we don't really exist, right, and then you treating a person bad just because they have dark skin than you, 9 times out of 10 you forget that that person has Spaniard DNA also. I'm like, come on, it's to the point that what these DNA tests is actually saying that a lot of stuff is not actually skin deep. And then when you actually make stuff which is skin deep, you may not even know where that person is, but yeah, you're going to assume what that person is or whatever just because of the way they talk or the way they move. And at the end of the day, they have to go around and at the end of the way, they don't want to do their own research. They just want to go around and accuse.
Lack of originality, lack of realism. You know what I'm saying? People want to be quick to cast judgment, accuse this, that, the third, but nobody wants to say, oh, let's this person needs help. Let's actually, as a collective, let's grab this person and either give them a word to either open up their eyes, open up their mind, and if they don't move, then let's pray for this person. Like, nobody wants to do that now. It's, oh yeah, judgment, casting the first stone always. To be someone that's a realist, it doesn't mean that you have to fall in line with everything that's real with everybody else. Cada cabeza un mundo. Every mind and brain, it's its own world. Your reality is not necessarily my reality. But if our realities collide or if our realities concord, then we can live in the same world. You know, there isn't a problem with being a realist in that end. But some people want to be realist just to accuse the other of stuff that they don't personally like. That's not what the world is about. The world has everything in it. We're not here to judge it.
I've been seeing that all throughout my life.
We're not judges of men. We're not here to judge nobody. We're here to uplift each other. How dare you kick somebody while they're down? That's not your job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People want to be quick to judge, is all I'm saying. Oh, look at this, look at that, or look at this, or look at that. It becomes a point where it's either prejudice or racist or bias or some sort of favoritism or, come on, guys. It's up to us to be real and to be realistic about what we're being real about. Not just be real because I have a general concept, but you have no facts behind your concept. Oh, I want to be real or I'm real because I believe it. Okay, who else believes you? You know what I'm saying? Your reality is going to be reality for someone else depending on the concept of your reality, on the in-depth of your reality. Not deaf as I can't hear, in-depth as in deep. So, you know, it's up to us to be original. It's up to us to be a realist. That's all. Can't really pay attention to everybody because people will say the most craziest stuff. Be like, what is this? Just like the devil, I'm going to feed you a spoon full of truth and then feed you a massive pot full of lie. Take that.
Yep. Trust me.
Yeah, man. Whew. I was in the hospital for what, like 4 hours, maybe 5? Feels good to be home, man.
Wow. Yes, it does.
Yeesh. I think I missed Friday Night SmackDown, even though I don't watch wrestling. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah. Shazzy, say something.
How do we avoid drugs in this game? I really don't know how people find themselves on these drugs. I'm kind of convinced that there's somebody or somewhere out there who introduces them to it. There's an artist
Falling
that,
in temptation.
but how are they getting access to this? I think that's the thing that's so.
Someone else is bringing it. Somebody that's a part of your circle that you probably didn't know was involved with something that you didn't know because you didn't know, introduces you to it at a party, introduces it to you at a show, introduces it to you while you're at the studio. Hey, you seem a little stressed. Try this. Oh, that calmed me down. Now you want to be calm like that all the time. What's good, Fatal? I have PTSD from the military, so I smoke.
What's good, Fatal?
But other than that, I'm drug free. I don't even drink alcohol. I quit drinking alcohol 3 years ago. Like, I'm good. It's once again willpower.
I only maybe drink alcohol.
Willpower, the power of the mind, self-preservation. It's part of survival. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that mostly the people that reach a certain level of money want to start experimenting with all these types of drugs? Because everything that they do that is killing them to them makes them feel like they're alive, right? Meanwhile, people that are poor, they don't want to spend their hard-earned money on stuff to feel dazed out of this world because the world is already hitting them hard with whatever it is that they're going through. So they don't have the money to spend to do drugs and stuff like that. These people get tied up on drugs and then stop earning the money that they were making to get those drugs. And now here they are selling their cups in the house and everything. Tengo que venderte vaso porque sabe que me hace falta. Nah, bro. Relax. Relax.
Does it aid the creative process? Because I've heard that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess.
Oh, I'm able to produce better records because I'm high and drunk in the studio, and it helps the creative juices. Like, that seems questionable to me. I don't know.
I mean,
you know how many times I've heard that?
All the time I've heard that.
Yeah, you know how many times I've heard that? I mean, like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy within itself. Hey, I'm drunk, so therefore I can freestyle better. Hey,
I've heard that nonsense before.
That was me.
Narcotics.
That was me when I was younger. Oh, I'm drunk. I can freestyle for the next 30 minutes. That was me. I actually have songs that I've recorded.
It was like,
I have songs that I've stepped into a studio and my bro's like, yo, we got this beat going on and we need you to spit something. What you want to do? I said, what you got to drink? Oh, we don't really got none. We got some E&J Blue Label. I said, I'll take it. I'll take the Easy Jeezy. Let's go. Do. All right. Put that beat on again.
Ooh.
And then here I go freestyling. What was that song that it was a whole freestyle, basically? That song was literally a whole freestyle. Oh, Sergeant Major, as a true captain, I lead. Colonel status, my orders that of a general indeed. They thought they could leave, but they never admitted. They fake, they weak, they leak, meaning now they're bleeding. Ask you what you gotta say, turn away, you pray. Best you start praying today, catch you on a plane. Make sure your funeral's lame, no one for pain. See full blow, disappear into acid rain. Pow! And then my homeboy and I say, Sin Coro, because the song had no chorus. Sin Coro. And then my boy says something else. And then after that, I freestyle again. Tired of the chit chat, being a going click clack, fake as niggas get smacked. Get the thing, will take that. Time off to get whacked. Sit you like a fucking rat. I'm about to crack your back on this motherfucking track. Make you swallow 100 tacks. Chop you up, put you in sacks. Then you're about to start to lag like you're sick and you're on crack. Hit you with a spike bat. Just break him out just like Jack. If you start to fucking flap, you just fall right in my trap. Those are Studio Murphy Records. Now you know where it's at. That was all freestyle. I was so drunk off my mind. Drunk.
I could never do that. I was like, yo, when I was
Oh,
drunk,
Lord.
I just went to sleep. That's it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. I knew people that they'd be like, yo, I need me a perk for me to freestyle. I'm like, I ain't hanging with you. That's it. As
This is the
long
extent of
as you mention
my
perks in your
woes.
system and everything like that, I'm not hanging with you. Sorry, but not.
This is the extent of my woes. And I've
Yeah,
gone to studios
as far
where
as you going
I
around.
I've gone to studios where I'll literally step in and be like, all right, what we doing? This, and this. Let me hear the beat real quick. All right, I'll be right back. What you doing? I'm about to light up. I'll be right back. I'll go, not even smoke in front of nobody. Just go smoke, meditate on the music that I just heard, come back in, grab a notebook, write something, be like, let's go. I'm ready. Like, wow, bro. I'm like, yeah, man. Let's do this.
Yeah, I went one day, right? It was like I went to we are talking about doing a track. This was like around '08 or something like that. It never happened. But the thing is though, we was actually talking, brainstorming and everything. So I guess you could say I got high off of contact. And then when I was going back to my crib up in Jersey, yo, I didn't know that I had like a whole bunch of okay, you thinking that everybody just blazing the split, Dayton, 2008. Next thing you know, I come to my crib at the time, and my ex was like, "Yo, what the f you smoking? I smoke good." I'm like, "I didn't smoke then. I was just around people that smoked."
Yep.
So
Caught enough contact.
it was like I was with my home. Yeah, I was with my homie that was rapping at the time, Che Lee. I was with
All
that
right.
was the first time I actually met my homie Destino. And then
Okay.
there was another dude by the name of Ferro Navi, a Cuban from Upper Manhattan. So shout out to those guys.
And Navi. Wow.
Yeah.
Haven't heard of those people in a hot minute, but Navi and Cuba.
They still make
Good
music?
people.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still making music, but they're still around.
Because you got a lot of people doing all this stuff. But yeah, because my boy Destino right now, he got his own platform, which is Urbano Internacional or something like that. So he actually has like his own promotion company. But before then, he was actually a great artist,
Okay.
and he's a veteran too.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Once you become a veteran and all that, you don't want to be in public so much. You don't want to, because it triggers your PTSD. And I know what I'm trained to do, so it's easy for me to flip somebody. Just be like, oops,
Yeah.
my bad. Block, chop, chop. My bad. Knockout, block, chop, chop.
Mm-hmm.
Is blackballing still a thing in this independent game? Did somebody really stop you?
Blackballing is
Of
still something that
course.
the industry will blackball all type of independent acts as long as the independent
Yeah,
act
but
is
what's
going
funny? You
against the
could actually
card.
go around it.
Cuban Link kind of went around it. Well, I mean, I don't know. According to what he
Yeah,
claims that
it's
was
like to the
done.
point that now, yeah. Mm.
The industry
Let's be
will not
honest.
promote you.
Blackball is gonna always exist. It's just gonna be like, okay, for example, you might have somebody that that's a stand-up dude, but then you might have somebody who is part of the Rainbow Mafia. So that person who's a part of a Rainbow Mafia is the type of the person that don't respect your rights as a straight individual. So therefore, if you don't go around and get down with him or whatever the case may be, they'll try to blackball you for that.
Oh
Or
yeah.
perfect example, you got certain people that they're like, okay, You don't fit my narrative. Political. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on both sides, whether you're a Republican or Democrat. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. If you don't go and fit a certain collective, well, yeah. Now you have certain people that they actually try to blackball famous artists just because they didn't support Kamala or they didn't support Trump or whatsoever,
or didn't support a
but
pronoun.
at the same time, people fail to forget. Yeah, no, but people fail to forget. These people are entertainers. So
Right.
if they went up and they performed at a Trump rally, right? Does it mean that they actually support him? No, they just got paid. The same as a Democratic rally. Does that mean that they support him? Maybe. But other than that, what is the goal? To get paid, right? So therefore, even if a person showed up, it's not even nothing performance wise. They're getting paid. But since people want to be in their feelings and they want to actually talk about the political happenings and everything, 9 times out of 10, people are actually forgetting the objective. What is the objective? If you're an artist and everything like that, and you're famous or stuff like that, oh yeah, that person paid and everything like that. That means that person like that. Like, no, they just paid to do a show. The same thing if they get paid from Las Vegas. Is it political? No. This. When Gaddafi was in power, right?
Mm-hmm.
He actually offered artists to actually to perform with them, to perform in this country. I'm talking about 50 Cent, Nicki Minaj, to perform at his place. But the thing is, though, they had to drop because if they were to even get paid by a quote unquote enemy of the United States, they'll actually face more trouble when they come back to the United States than anything. As to akin to another country that they're cool with.
That's facts. That's facts that you put in the bank.
But can't you then just go direct to consumer? How can somebody blackball you if you're selling your music directly to your consumer?
Because however platform way you're using to bring it to the people that want to buy it, they're gonna turn around and blackball that. I'm saying if you're, let's say, let's name a Rap Nation.
Mm-hmm.
Rap Nation. You say you have 5 songs uploaded on Rap Nation, and people go to Rap Nation and buy your songs. If the industry wants to blackball you, they will blackball Rap Nation, and Rap Nation won't do anything but turn around and drop you, so that they can get dropped off whatever list they're getting put on. Because people don't want to lose money. So if they're losing money because of you, that you're on their platform, and they're getting blackballed, they're just going to drop you, and that blackball is off their back. So there's many different ways how the industry tries to, put us under and put the sheet over it.
Wow, I really thought that if you
another thing that I've actually heard. Another thing that I've actually heard, and it was brought to my attention because, shout out to Baby Psycho. When I went to like a sad event in his life, which I'm not going to actually mention. I actually met who actually was with the guy Boy Wonder. So let's just put it like this. Boy Wonder is the Latino Puffy. if you really want to talk about it. We're not talking about the crap that Diddy did that that landed him in prison. We're just talking about in context, in contracts and everything like that, because he's like the Latino P Diddy in that sense. So
Okay.
with that, it was like I've heard people that they're like that they're actually in Harlem. They went up and they did their production and stuff. The next thing you know, they didn't get their money back. They didn't get their money or anything. I just got so hungry to produce the beats and such. The only thing is that they only had their name in the album. So therefore, to get back to the point that I was saying, when I was actually at that event, right? And I'm just saying, it was an event that, it was just an event that it was not even a music event. It was just something that I actually showed because Baby Psycho's my peoples.
It's one of my boxes.
I met
right
one of the
there,
guys,
Baby
right?
Psycho.
Exactly. Shout out to Baby Psycho.
Yeah,
When
he was,
it was when he was telling me, he was like, "Yo, one of the guys that he was with, right? He was telling me, he was like, yo, this is 2014. They was telling me like, yo, that the bigger record labels, they're actually finding a way just how to steal streaming money from independent artists. I was like, yo.
Yep.
And it was like you could have like everything done, your BMI, your ASCAP, and everything like that. You could actually put it on YouTube. They'll try to find some way to actually capitalize off your money when you're actually trying to do or you actually release it independent. I was like, yo.
They'll find
and now in modern times, as it's 2025, I could actually they'll actually find some way or somehow just to make sure that you don't make the money that you're supposed to.
They'll find the legal binding in court that'll state that because you used a third-party entity to upload your music, that you're trying to use that third party as an umbrella, and that umbrella doesn't exist because they're not the industry. So then the industry will try to tax you for using that third party. And here they are gaining revenue off your stream when they didn't put jack shit on it. Unbelievable, like my little brother used to say.
Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Yo.
So are you better off just not discussing? Are you better off just not discussing certain things? Because if you're an artist who's trying to eat off of this music thing, like you are serious about this is how you're gonna build your career. Is it best for you to just not discuss these things? Because I figured like, okay, there should be just some other way around it where you just don't have to deal with people and their nonsense. So based off of what you're saying, if somebody is really that, determined to get rid of you, they will find a way to get rid of you.
They'll find a way. I mean, listen, you are a shining light in a village full of darkness. Whatever you're providing to one person, it could be words from God. To another person, it could be words from the devil. To one person, it will be medicine. To another person, it'll be poison. You're going to have fans. You're going to have haters. You're going to have fans that hate on you, and you're going to have haters that want to be your fans. You're going to have people that wish you so much good that it does you harm. You're going to have people that are going to wish you so much harm that it does you good. What happens with all this is that in this repetitive cycle of craziness and how people are and how people act, you're going to find someone that's going to acknowledge your talent and say, oh, I don't like the way they're excelling. Let me put a stop to their talent. Let me put a stop to their stream. Or let me find a way to piggyback on that person. And here they are. They start stealing stuff. You upload stuff and then it disappears. You're like, what's going on here? People know people in IT departments in different parts of the world. Next thing you know, stuff that you have uploaded is disappearing. This and that, and the third. Same way, you got to be careful of your fans. You got to be careful of your haters. You got to be careful of not people that are in higher power per se, but the industry people that their faces are the billboards. People that are billboards, if your talent is starting to affect their place on the billboard, they might come after you. And there's so many examples of that just based off of New York artists alone that I don't even want to talk about it because I don't want to entice fear into you. These words that I'm giving you should be words of encouragement to push forward with a stronger fire and much more rage, because like the Bible says, desde el tiempo de Juan el Bautista, el reino de Dios ha sido violentado y solo los valientes lo arrebatan. That from the times of John the Baptist, even the kingdom of heaven has become violent, and only those that are violent will be able to come in. You're going to have to be true to yourself and fight for your right to party, like the Beastie Boys said. Rest in peace, Davy Jones. You're going to have to be able to fight for yourself and fight for your right. You know what I'm saying? Having a good lawyer team is great, but when you don't have a lawyer team, who's going to be able to defend you? You need to learn how to defend yourself. You get into the books and you see what words fit your category of what you are and who you are and what you represent, so that you can fight with those words in court and represent yourself. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's what it takes.
Yes.
Sometimes that's what it takes,
I don't see this as fear at all. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but I was telling Don that in my city in Houston for a very long time, our music scene was almost like the mafia, man. Like you kind of had to go through certain people, and goodness gracious, I don't even want to give this man too much shine because I will never agree with the way he runs things. But Jay Prince was like that for a very long time in Houston. You kind of had to go through him to get things done.
Yeah.
For the Mexicans, you have to go through Espiana's people to get things done.
Yeah.
That's a monopoly. Once a monopoly is established,
that charge hit. Yeah,
it's crazy, And in your case, since you know what's going on in the background, you need to turn around and find somewhere else to go so that you can promote yours. Because obviously, if it's something in between the inner city, you already know how they operate. And if you don't want to deal with them, then you're going to have to go to somewhere else where, they might most likely deal you a more honorable deal, or they might not. Because this is why people go to local people, because they feel like because it's local, there's going to be, some type of connection of security. Oh yeah, you're from here. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll protect you. Blah blah blah. Let's sign you up. Blah blah blah. And the next thing you know, you're only earning 30% of your earnings because everything else is going to Fred, Bert, and Ernie. Like, chill.
Yeah.
So, it's ugly out here. This industry stuff is crazy. In this case, you mentioned people that that you've heard of and all this good stuff. In this case, it's good to know the people that are the industry in your area, because just because you might not like them doesn't mean that they can't present you with an option that could benefit you. You know what I'm saying? That could benefit you in a longer run. Because by being able to do something and generate with anyone, you're networking further. If you have 10,000 fans now and you know that a shady enterprise can recruit you and your fans are going to go from 10,000 to a million in a matter of a week, it might be worth to connect with the shady enterprise. Just make sure that your contract is short, so when you leave, your fans follow.
Right. Yep.
That takes a
Just
lot
one
of
of those.
strategy.
Just one of those.
Yep.
It's just one of those, man. Just read everything. Don't let any industry person try to sneak something past you. Oh, this and that. Here, just sign that. I ain't signing nothing, my friend. Not only do I need to read that and reread that and proofread that and read it with my lawyer and let my lawyer read it, but I need to pray about it. Like, chill. Yahweh has the final say so. I might be hungry. I might be starving. I might not have clothes. You might be waving $1 million in my face for a contract. My soul's not for sale, though. So let's talk about this after I talk to the man upstairs.
Amen. And one thing I could actually say, I wasn't like, when I wanted to do it, I was like, okay, I was not like in the level. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go and sign a contract and stuff. But even if I was to sign a contract, there was a guy that actually gave me the blueprint when I was in high school. He told me, he was like, yo, if you even sign a contract, don't even go around and try to sign any contract without reading the fine print. And then on top of it, don't go around and sign to a company that's gonna own your masters. I was like, nope, I ain't signing with none of you dudes. Sorry.
Any company that wants to own your masters, so they want to own the rights to your master recordings. Nah, I'm not with it. I'm not with it. That's not your hard-earned dedication, talent, sweat, blood, tears, sleepless nights. That's not your work. That's my work. You're not keeping my masters.
Yeah,
we're not doing that.
But what if your master isn't currently worth anything? Now that's not my opinion, but that's a roaming nonsense on social media now. Oh, if your master isn't worth anything, you might as well not own it just yet. Wait until you have more leverage and then you buy it back.
I'm like, well,
that's a good question.
Like, first of all, let's that's
just not that big of an artist yet.
Right?
You have a catalog,
but
it's not making you any money, right?
Is it still worth having, even though it's not worth anything?
It's certain that
100% of zero. 100% of zero.
Wow, that's one of those where I'm like, listen, I gotta pray about it. I'll be back.
Because think about it. Yeah,
that's a good one.
If you actually look at it, the artist, the late artist Young Dolph, right? And you know the stuff that, and you know the stuff that he did and everything like that. He was actually one of the artists that actually owned his masters. And when he actually passed away, it's like, even though that he has his masters, his widow and his children are eating off of that. I guess for Yo Gotti and CMG, they own their masters or whatsoever, and I guess they
everything raises value, bro.
When he's older or such. So,
everything raises value when you pass automatically.
Mm-hmm.
You know, most painter artists, just to mention a few, artists that were painters, some got acknowledged while alive, most got acknowledged after passing. You know, everything goes up after passing. Why? Because now everything that was made by that person that's no longer here is scarce. It's a rarity. You know, there'll never be any more new productions from that person. So now all past productions become antiques and become, pricier, whatever percentage it goes up. And then with the years, the percentage keeps going up. Like there's a painting that looks literally like blah, and it's worth $100 million. You know, and it looks like blah.
Mm-hmm.
It looks so bad that my microphone went off for a second. And still, like, people buy that stuff?
Right.
Wow. The power of I have that's a $100 million painting right there sitting in my wall. Why do you live here then? It's an expensive painting to have on a wall. If I had a painting that expensive, I'd probably have it in a museum where security guards could look over it. I don't care who sees it. Just keep it safe.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Chazzy, any more questions?
Do you talk to potential artists about the importance of having a will? Because I remember reading about the struggle the Marley family had to go through to get the rights back to Bob Marley's, not only his music, but his likeness, because Bob Marley did not have a will.
Yeah.
So now his family has control over his music and his likeness. They're able to make money off of it, but it was hell and back to get to that point. So do you guys talk to artists about that?
I mean, if you actually look at it, right? If you actually look at it, right? I can't really speak on that because I don't know international law of contracts and such. But if it's like international likeness, and then you have some of his children that actually still live in the United States, and all that when they got older, I mean, you have to look at it. Like, to have control of the likeness and all that stuff, you have to understand that contracts was different, like in the early 1980s and such. There was not a lot of artists that actually owned their masters at that time. I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
No.
So it's to the point that now that they have total control and such, it's very rarely that certain people are gonna actually let the family that may not be business savvy have control of a person's likeness and everything like that. It's very few in the world. I'm not even talking about artists. I'm talking about actors. I'm talking about, DJs. Shoot, you might even have some newscasters that their families might not be, business savvy, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're going to use that likeness and such." It was even to the point that on Tito Puente, there was somebody that actually bought his name. They actually paid him just so they could use his name to open a restaurant. I was like, wow.
They made a franchise out of the name.
Is the family eating off of that? Or gets a percentage? Better be getting something if you're using.
Yeah, the family should be getting something.
I don't know.
All of Tito Puente's royalties are going to his family. So, yeah, the family should be eating off that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Do you know if that's the structure of Big Pun's estate? I'm assuming Chris Rivers is getting something.
Well,
or is their estate not really worth a whole lot? I don't think Big Pun made that much.
All right.
Though.
All right. With what was said, right? There was years that they were actually fighting Fat Joe over the royalties and everything like that. So I heard that they came to a settlement. I'm not too sure, but the thing is that it's been friction between Big Pun's family and Fat Joe for 25 years. So a lot of truths are actually coming out on Panda Chop, whether it'll be with Cuban Link, Benzino, people who was around Big Pun. I know certain much a little bit more than most, because I could say that was like my era when I was a teenager. So everybody wanted to be known and such like that in that time. But then when you actually look at the business aspect of stuff, they were saying this for years. You even had people that actually thought of Fat Joe's that they thought that Fat Joe's opinions swayed to the point that he had certain people that thought that Cuban Link was the bad guy. When it was found out that this guy, Fat Joe, might have been the worst guy ever when it came to contracts and to the team or whatever. So I'm not saying these are the stuff that I've heard throughout the years when it comes to Big Pun and his family. So there's a lot of truth that are not going to be spoken, which a lot of people who actually was around that time era and people who actually studied law and such, they actually know what's actually going down regards to Big Pun and his family, his estate and the family. So that is
Wow.
that is one thing I could actually, I don't know if that is true or not, but there's stuff that has been said over the years.
Okay. So is it true that at one point in time his wife was on public assistance? Because that I've heard, and I refuse
Yes.
to believe that, because I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you were married to Big Pun. I know he wasn't Tupac, but how was this possible?
I'll tell you how it's possible. When you have a lot of contracts, when people sign contracts, and then when the person passes away and they don't own the masters. Now, maybe it might, and you have certain people that they don't look at the contracts being signed. So they're like, okay, you would think that the record label is going to actually look out for your artist family and stuff like that. But in certain cases, it was not like that. And when it's not like that, and then you have certain narratives afterwards, right? That are being displayed. Certain people actually get into power to the point that you have certain artists that do not have a career because of that person. I'm gonna get to a little alleged secret, all right? You have people who are under Fat Joe's tutelage.
Whoa.
We're not talking about the terror squad. We're talking about the
I
people
know.
that we never heard of.
I know.
That they're great artists.
Don.
That they will never see. Yeah,
Don.
they will never
Ten
see.
cuidado. Don, cuidado. Are you sure you
Mhm.
can say this on a live?
Exactly.
Are you're safe to say this
Yeah,
on
I'm
a
not
live?
saying the artist name or stuff like that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. So you got people who are actually under Fat Joe. I'm talking about people who are like his straight goons. That they got talent and whatsoever. The thing is though, it's like that that they will never really see the night of, how should I say, stardom or whatever, because Fat Joe actually has somewhat of a control when it comes to Bronx artists. And I'm going to tell you how I know this. During when it was, let's say, the 50 and Fat Joe beef, right? Those artists that actually came up, that actually had issues with Fat Joe because of, per se, he was not looking forward towards African American artists whatsoever. A lot of people were not getting shut down because Fat Joe was actually blackballed him because he had business connections and such. So they actually created Bang Bang Boogie because of that. And people that actually are from the Bronx, they know this already. So when it shows like, okay, a Cardi B or French or somebody of that caliber, right? And then they have Fat Joe in the video, like he's the OG and stuff like that. I was like, no, there's a lot of people who are more of a Bronx OG than Fat Joe.
Yeah,
And
of
I'm just going to
course.
say this.
Yeah.
Like, for example, what you
Triple
forgot
stage.
about? You forgot about Sadat X. You forgot about Grand Pool. I mean, like, you could have put them in the videos to show the Bronx. But yet, we have to go Fat Joe. Like, he brought us out. He did a lot of secret business moves. So there's a lot of stuff that I could actually say that I don't agree with. And then during the time, there was a lot of Bronx artists that actually were trying to get up. But what people didn't know is that they could say, like, oh, if you're from the Bronx, and if Fat Joe even got a wind of it, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get blackballed and you be like, yo, what the heck happened? That was the
Monopolizing.
reason. That's the reason because you see a whole bunch of artists who both people who are like artists from the Bronx, but they never really said it. You would think that okay, that person's from Queens, that person's from Brooklyn, just that and the third. Certain people like there was a time like in the early 2000s stuff, there was artists that couldn't even ever say they're from the Bronx because as soon as like, oh yeah, I'm a guy coming from the Bronx and stuff like that, 9 times out of 10, there'll be some type of age, and a lot of people don't know that. And allegedly, that was the reason why. Now that I think about it,
I'm assuming that's no longer the case now, though.
So many things going on in the background that we don't know about.
but one thing
Because
I could actually
not everything's on the news. Not
say,
everything is televised.
one movement that came out of the Bronx. Mm-hmm.
Ain't no way he has control over all these
It was even to the
Dominicans.
point that you had some Dominican.
The Bronx is not as Puerto
Not
Rican
really.
as it used to be.
I'm going to tell you why.
Oh no.
I mean, it's like this. He doesn't have control when it comes to the Dominicans.
There's no way.
Allegedly, to what I'm saying. I don't know about now, but when the Dominican rap movement first came up from the Bronx and Washington Heights and all those areas, the people who are actually the OGs of that actually made their own movement. So that's what we now call El Norte. I mean, in this modern day and age now.
The North.
Yep.
What they call in the R, Neoyorquino. You know, they call that
But then there's like a whole bunch of
el estilo neoyorquino. Meanwhile, it's just a whole bunch of Dominicans living in New York or in Providence or Massachusetts, and it's just one big Dominican movement. North, neoyorquino.
Yeah.
So what do they call the movement in the North for Puerto Ricans if they're still up there? Or did they all move to Orlando?
Everybody's moving to Florida, huh?
It's like if you really look at it, right? I mean, I've met with artists who are Rican, who are Venezuelan, who are other nations, other nationalities other than Dominican, right? But the thing is, though, it's like in New York, we kind of tend to work with each other. I'm just talking from a historical standpoint, but it's like the urban, like I'm gonna say my honest opinion. Most of the Ricans that I know that they actually spit, they do reggaeton or whatever the case may be. You don't really see a lot of them actually make it into the mainstream. I'm saying there's a few, but you don't really see a lot of them make it into the mainstream because either the major record labels are either looking for the reggaetoneros from Puerto Rico or there's like, okay, we just got sick of it. We're gonna create our own movement, or it's like to the point that they still got a name, but maybe major labels are not gonna actually pick them up, or there's a lot of variables when it comes to the Rican artists in the North. And then when it comes to other nationalities, I could actually say that they actually have their own movements and such like that, from what I've seen. I may be wrong. I'm always stand to be corrected, but I'm just telling you from what I've seen when I was out there.
Everywhere you go, it's different. Absolutely everywhere.
Yep.
Now that I think about it, I'm not really seeing a lot of prominent Boricua rappers. It's mostly Dominicans. And if it's not Dominican, it's Venezuelan. And if it's not Venezuelan, it's Colombian. But yeah, they seem to be trailing behind these days with rap. Except Big Pun's son.
Yep.
Big Pun's son still got those bars. But even him, despite the fact that he has bars, he still isn't where he needs to be.
Right now, what's
The
going
thing
on
is, the thing right now
right
is that
now,
you have a lot of artists that
the problem right now with the whole industry is that they're allowing people to sound the same as the next person and letting it be okay. My era, it was not okay. You were not allowed to sound like somebody else.
Another thing. I have a cousin who's a DJ, right? Shout out to him. He's like, when we were just talking music, our era.
Just saw it real quick. Man, it's crazy. Right now, people see what sells. Let's say drill music right now. Everybody's on some drill music pandemic. You know, everybody's stuck on Pop Smoke. Rest in peace. You know, and because of it, they're allowing people to sound the same as the next person. They're all rapping the same way, all rapping the same style, up to the point where they're repeating the same words from each other. Now, why does the industry pump this stuff so hard? Because it's songs, it's music that doesn't reflect any kind of wokeness. It's songs that reflects violence on same colored skinned individuals. It's songs that reflect on being dead to the brain. You know, oh yeah, let's swallow 100 pills. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. None of the songs are about any kind of productivity or doing anything productive or doing anything that is a standout for the community. On the contrary, everything they're talking about is stuff that is, you know, menace to society, menace to the community, you know, menace to the church, menace to this, menace to that. But the industry will promote that. Why? Because the more people keep listening to this stuff, the more their brain waves will stay low. Because they're not listening to anything that's giving them high brain waves of wokeness. All they're hearing is bull crap and the American dream, the American sleep. Sleep.
Yes. it's like to the point that I'm just gonna go around and put something out too, and I could say it's from not all, but I could say like from my generation and maybe from others, right? You know most of the music that we listen to, if we are if we listen to them in the past and such, a, a lot of these or not or anything like that. There's certain stuff that we're not that's been down in a lot of people for generations, or they had to learn later, and that is financial literacy. Like, let's be for real. You have certain people who are financially literate, and you never see this person, fall down, or if that person fell off, but they're still in a better way than if they were having a contract or stuff like that. And then the thing is, though, what comes off is financial literacy, because certain people, they actually know when, okay, if the chip falls down, I'm still going to be up. But then certain people that they're just better artists and they don't know about financial literacy, and then when they actually fall down within their career and such, 9 times out of 10 they'll be like, "Oh, what the heck happened?" I'm like, you wasn't financially literate, and I'm saying it for myself. I'm saying it for a lot of people, and it ties in with a lot of stuff which is not with productivity. I mean, think about it. You got people that they'll actually go and they will flash money. They'll flash the latest car. You owning all of this stuff, right? Why are you still in an apartment? Why are you still in the subway? Oh yeah, you got a car, right? You got, and then on top of it, if anything was to fall down and stuff, how the heck you gonna pay that car? How the heck you gonna pay that apartment? Like like the younger guys and older people have to go around and think too. People my generation older, because financial literacy, it's like it's like a lot of people say the rich get rich and the poor gets poor. No, there's books right there that you could actually sustain yourself when it's financial literacy. And I'm seeing that as a problem. Like somebody told me, he's like, yeah, like you ain't nothing because you ain't got no a monk or something like that. I'm like, okay, so therefore, if you're gonna go around and diss me about fashion, why the heck are we still in the same train? That means that certain people don't have the right priorities.
Another person successfully counseled out of what they wanted to do. Victory.
Well, I mean, sometimes 'cause I feel like I've seen this a few times, especially being an immigrant and the child of an immigrant. If you are that one person who was able to make it, you kind of become the shining light for everybody else. So sometimes it's not always them who want to spend the money. It's abuela who feels like she's supposed to get that car. It's your tío or tía who probably isn't even related to you. They feel like they're supposed to get something. And then before you know it, you're taking care of everybody else and the money is gone. I feel like this has happened plenty of times. And especially when you come from the type of cultures that we do, Caribbean, you put family first. It is not right. It is inappropriate for you to say, no, no, papi, yo no puedo. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. What do you mean? Everything is for the family. Todo la familia. You are not supposed to say no to me. People are not trained on how to say no. They don't know how to say no. I can say no to myself all day long. But if this family is breathing down my neck or they're telling me I can't come and visit in Cuba or, I can't I can't even imagine, you know, like my uncle Julian, who's in Jamaica, because I'm half Jamaican, telling me that I wouldn't be able to come down to the island and come and visit him. I would probably lose my mind. Well, you crazy bomba clad me not come to visit me yard. I would probably lose it. So see,
Wait, vaya right now.
exactly. No,
Que yo no puedo que. I'm going there right now.
I'm going to. No, me I come here, I mash up the place now. Listen, I probably would lose it. So I mean, some of it is not. I mean, there is financial literacy, but some of them also have a lot of pressure from family, and people just don't know how to say no. I can't tell you how many times I've had to say no because of the inflation Jamaica's facing. Food prices are out of control. I have to say no all the time. Because, hey, what do you mean? I can't help you. Our food prices are high too. Yeah, but you're living over there. That's a land of plenty. Fool, we definitely are not living in a land of plenty today, okay? I cannot say yes to everything. Sometimes that means they don't talk to me maybe for a month or so. Sometimes it means they don't talk to me at all. But I've had to train myself to say no. So that might
the land is very expensive.
Yeah, the land is plenty expensive. Yeah, like, oh no, opportunities are everywhere. Yeah, well, they don't just give you those opportunities. You got to bust your ass for it. That's what they didn't tell you when you got off that plane.
The difference between over here and over there, real simple.
Yep.
How much are those 5 bananas? Take it. How much are those 5 bananas? $7. Oh.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
How much are those 5 bananas? Just take it. How much are those 5 bananas? $7. Wow.
You know what? Talking about inflation. They're talking about Zelensky, Trump, this, that, and the third. I'm like, I'm tired of it.
Hey, your best friend's here.
Really?
Come here.
Okay.
Come here. Yeah. Come here, mama. Come here. Oh, yeah. It's Kiko time. It's Kiko time.
Oh, yeah.
Say hi.
Yeah. Kiki. Hey, Kiki. Yo.
Look forward.
Dog right there.
They're talking to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs to see you, bro. You got to turn it on so she can see you.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Then she gonna go crazy. Oh,
yep.
Who's that? Kiki.
Hey,
Who's
Kiki.
that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Kiki.
Look, who's that?
Hey.
Who's that?
Hey. Hey, I'm right here, Kiki. Yeah. Come on. Hey, Kiki. Yeah. Now you see me. How you doing? Yep.
She's like, silly humans. Don't you know all I see is in black and white?
I love that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Uniform dog is over there. Let's see if she wants to pull up. Rogie.
Yep.
Rogie. Rogie. Come here, mama. Come here, Rogue. Come here, Rogue. Come here, mama. Hi. Come. 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 Come on. Come. Right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. There you go. Look who we got here. Look who we got here. Yeah, that's Rogie. Hi. Look forward, mama. Look forward. There you go. That's what I like right there. That eye is fire. You got fire in your eyes. Fire.
Wow, this is a beautiful husky. You were busy with 2 dogs.
Got mad animals in the house. I got 2 cats, 2 dogs, 3 turtles, 2 guinea pigs.
It's not World War III in your house?
No.
They all get along?
They all get along. So do the 5 kids.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't lost your mind yet?
I lost my mind in the military. I can't lose it twice.
Pretty much.
No lo puedo perder 2 veces. Si ya tú perdiste una cosa una vez, si yo pierdo este cuchillo, ¿cómo yo lo pierdo otra vez? You can't lose something twice. I mean, you could, but you know what they say, once a lollipop, twice a sucker. Not me. So little piece of advice for the world. The secret to not losing your mind when you deal with things, especially when it's reoccurrence of the same problem or whatever, the secret is don't exercise patience. What I mean, don't waste your time thinking about what you're going to do to deal with it patiently or be patient towards the problem. Don't deal with it with patience because you're going to lose your patience. Don't exercise patience. Understand the program, understand the repetition of the program, and then just learn to fall in key instead of feeling the same, oh, this is happening again. No, don't fall into that because you already know it's a program. So remember where it starts, remember how it ends, and try to transition from beginning to end faster than before. And that's how you've taken control over the situation. You can't lose your mind anymore. Yeah. That and more advice coming on my channel. Coming soon to a theater near you. Don't lose your mind. Stop exercising patience. Oh, I'm being patient about this, and that. Don't be. Something's wrong, nip it in the bud immediately so it doesn't happen again. You don't need to exercise patience on anything.
Nip it in the bud.
What if you can't solve it, though?
Now, check this out. What are problems? To some people, problems are any type of situation they come across. Either have a resolution or it don't. To me, I don't so much believe in problems. I believe in situations. Certain situations have a quick way of either getting across. Certain situations have a way of lingering for a while. And certain situations have a way of just not leaving. Now, if you find a quick resolve to that situation, it becomes nothing. It becomes water under the tree. And so on and so forth. When a problem, it becomes a problem when that situation that you have you don't seem to find a solution to that situation. Now you have a problem. Because now it's something that's either out of your control, out of your mental fortitude, out of your budget, and or simply stating spiritually, just it's out of your mind, it's out of your league. What do you do when you confront yourself with a problem that you can no longer manage because it's either out of your control or it's overpowering you, it's overwhelming you? I hate to say this, but I'm the type of person that I take my problems to God, because to me, a situation has a solution.
Me too.
It's only a problem if there's no solution. If I can't find a solution, I'm going to just take it to God. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to always have the key to everything. You know what I'm saying? But if I really find myself in a pickle, like I'm really in a pickle this time, I'm going to him. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't find a solution this time, Lord. Give me one. Please give me a sign. You know, and I'm not gonna say that how some people's prayers go unanswered or whatnot, but I normally don't go more than 48 hours with some type of feedback. So I'm quick to pray on stuff. So I don't have to find myself in a situation that I can't find a solution to. So now it became a problem.
Yeah.
Really? And I mean, I know some people might watch the show and look at me and saying these things and be like, "Oh, he probably has no problems at all." I'm like, you'll be surprised how many problems this man has. But most of them are just solutions, not solutions. Most of them are just situations that either it's taking a while to come up with a solution, but most of my situations are not problems. They're not problems. They're fixable. They're either fixable and or adjustable and or they're manageable to a way where it's tolerable. If it comes to a situation where it becomes a problem, I'm going to just take it straight up to the Almighty. And that's it.
Amen.
Amen. I hope that helped. And I hope that whoever needed to hear that out there in TV land heard it. And I hope it edified their spirit. Because we live in a wicked world and it's out to get us.
Amen.
Especially if we're trying to live in the light. It's trying to get us.
Yep.
Hey, isn't it almost 2 o'clock where y'all at? Don, isn't it like almost 2 in Philly?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And y'all are still
He's
up?
in New York and I'm in Philly.
Mm.
I mean, hey, that's coffee for you. And then, you know.
Yeah, I need y'all energy. All right, I'm about to head out. I gotta get up early in the morning. I gotta go take this little one and go get some fabrics. Lord have mercy. Man, she done fell in love with fashion so much that I have to consistently buy her fabric so she can practice.
Right.
Mr. P, it was a pleasure meeting you.
To me, I can't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're always welcome on my I was like, you're always welcome on my show, Shazzy. So you know, you're an honored guest. Thank you for showing up.
No, I'm glad I did. I usually don't.
You're always welcome here.
I usually don't have time, but this is one of those times that I'm actually glad I did. But thank you so much, Mr. P. P, you still here?
Yeah, I think he's still there. You know, he's listening. It's just that, you know, I guess he's doing something. But I know he's listening.
Okay.
I was on the phone, actually. I was on the phone with someone that was texting me earlier. What is going on here? All right. So I was on the phone with someone who was texting me earlier about how they were angry and they wanted to go to somebody's house and they were going to knock on their door. And I had to tell them, like, listen, you know, it might seem reasonable because in the flesh you're angry. But think about your situation and think about what you're going to resolve with this. If anything, you're going to end up in jail, and it's not going to be your first time you end up in jail. So how about you don't do that, and you go back home, sit down, drink a tea, think it over, and come up with a better plan that doesn't require you having to spend the rest of your life in jail. Like, you have new kids and you have a kid on the way. Like, why not think about that? Think about the responsibilities of those that depend on you in their life. Don't just think about your own life. And that person told me they were fine. That's why I was saying victory, right? But now the person called me like, yo, I made up my mind. I'm on my way over there. I'm like, yo, bro, nah. That's when I turned off the video and muted and turned off the audio. So I really didn't hear anything. I apologize, but I had to get sereno, like we say in Spanish, sereno. You know what I'm saying? I had to get like the OGs. Mira, muchacho, el diablo, ¿qué es lo que tú estás haciendo? You know what I'm saying? I had to, get ancestral with him and rebuke him hard body. And then he said, okay, I'm going back home. I said, good. And then right there, that's when I heard, oh, yeah, is he there? Yeah, I'm here. So my bad. Please run it back, Turbo.
Well, I'm glad you were off the line with us for a little bit to possibly save somebody's life. We appreciate you, P.
Amen. I do this for the glory of my Creator, for my Savior, and for the honor of my people. We are one under the sun.
I understood. All right, y'all gentlemen, have a good night.
Have a good night. Safety. Blessings.
Bye-bye.
Yo.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'm about to take it down too. So,
Hey, you've been on for 5 hours.
This was
30
a great
minutes,
stream,
bro.
Pete.
Woo!
I could actually say this.
Wow.
I know, right?
This was the going into the hospital and coming back home from the hospital episode all in one.
Yeah, man.
Amazing.
Exactly.
You want to know when was the last time I was inside a hospital?
Was it in the military?
No, I think the last time I was in the hospital was
or the birth of one of your children.
No, not even, because during the COVID time, they weren't letting parents come through to see any of that. Parents weren't allowed in. People weren't allowed in. It was crazy. It was really crazy. Yeah. The last time I went to the ER, period, was probably like 10 years ago, maybe 12. So, yeah, I didn't want to go to the hospital. I was being stubborn about it.
Mm-hmm.
Super stubborn. Hard head, soft ass. I did not want to go to the hospital for nothing. But then my supervisor calls me and tells me, hey, I got some work lined up. I need to know what's the status with your back and all that good stuff, for insurance sake. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Why not? So at least I know that through CAT scan, my bones are aligned. The radiologist said that you could tell that something was moved and that it was that it healed, like it was back in place where it needed to be. That is very good. That is what I wanted to hear. Because I'm going to tell you, since I hurt my back last year, from then till now, I've been giving myself physical therapy. I've been stretching. I've been throwing my knees up, doing my triangles, what I'm saying? Moving my body, not to the extent where I hurt myself, but moving my body to make sure that my body stays in movement. You know, like how we say in Spanish, para no quedarme tueco. You know, to not just, I'm stiff and I can't do nothing. Nah, I'm not stiff and I can do nothing. No, I'm stiff. I'm going to start moving until that movement becomes something swifter. You know, and I can do that all day now. You know what I'm saying? And that's become part of my physical therapy to the extent where here we are 5, 6, 7 months later, and my body, with due process and me pushing myself, it's healed itself. Now, yeah, I'm going through sciatica right now, meaning that some of the nerves are still being pinched, you know, by the alignment or movement of what happened within my spine. But, you know, I can still move my body. You know, even if I feel some type of pain or burning or whatever, I could still move my body. That's what I need. I just need to move. If I can move, I can do what I need to do, and I'm good.
Yep.
So let's see what happens from here, man.
Yeah. Yo, Pete.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, bro.
Hey.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Because
anytime, bro.
You know what I'm saying? You saw me. I was literally at the hospital.
Yeah.
So going to rename this the hospital edition just for tonight. The hospital edition / homecoming. Hospital edition / homecoming.
Exactly.
Right, world. Take care.
Yep.
Stay safe. Stay vigilant. Us.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Us.
We out of here.
Yep. Well, folks, that's you know, the show and everything like that. Check us out next Friday, where we may have more guests. So with that said, you know, keep the peace and let history be alive. You know, shout out to Taylor V Image, Kaiser Hunnit, and Jasmine Archer. So with that said, Paz, peace, I'm out.